What's up, everybody? Okay. There's that. That should be working just fine now. Alrighty. Sorry. Just oh Jesus, that's loud. That's very loud. That's loud as hell. Okay. What's up, everybody? Hello. Welcome. Um Hype. Yes. Late. Very late. Late as fuck. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for being a member. I think you guys have been members for a while, actually. Maybe I can't see you. Can you see me now? ¿Dónde está? AV is running well. Did you guys not see me? You made it back. Yay! Can you guys not see me? What is going on? You guys can't see me. Like, yes, you can't. I'm so confused. What is going on? What has happened? No. What? Now I have to upgrade to use it? Oh, you piece of shit. I hate this fucking app. Oh, man. God damn it. We see and hear you? Okay, cool. Well, unfortunately, StreamYard has updated a bunch of shit, and I haven't looked at it yet. So I am like, uh, oh man, this is not ideal. Oh, Christ. Oh, man. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to choose some basic ass background. That's that's shitty. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get things set up. Okay, I'll put it like that for now. I'll put it like that, and it'll just have to do for right this second. The bowl cut says it all. It's not a bowl cut. See? I've got long hair. Okay, I just have to decide on a basic ass background. I'll do this one. How does it look? Terrible! Yay! Okay, well. Is this one any better? Not really. Purple waves? Oh, that's horrible. That's not good. More? Is there any of these that are okay? Are there any of these that are good? Purple rain, maybe? No, not really. Not particularly. These are all so bad. Why are they all so bad? Okay. You know what? We're just gonna go with it. Fuck it, we ball. Oh, that's okay. That's not bad. That's actually nice. All right, I like that. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so what we have first is 2 hours of call-ins. So I'm gonna load up Discord, and I will shoot you guys that link in just 1 second. for now, I'm looking for people that disagree with me. Ignar, Husky, might be coming on, and he might join in on whatever debates we have, but it can be about religion, politics, current events, whatever. I can provide live fact checking as we need it. Oh, I've got so many notifications, and I'm not going to answer a goddamn one of them. Well, I might answer Ignar. Let's see what's... Okay, alright, cool. Alrighty. Okay, so now I will... Alright, so I am going to put this in the description. If it'll let me. Ugh. Christ. Yeah. That's fucking funny. Alright, well, it does not let you edit the description of the damn stream from StreamYard for some reason. And I always forget to include the Discord link in the description when I make the stream. So now I've got to go to the YouTube backend and add this Discord link to the stream. So here's the rules. I'm going to go ahead and post it in chat. You go to that Discord link that I just posted in the chat, and then go to stream guest vet. I will unmute myself and we'll talk for a brief second, and then I'll send you a link and you'll be able to come on stream. Why can't you pen it? Hey, Ignar. What? Hold on. Hold on. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? I can hear you now. Sorry. I probably sounded rude. Yeah. I have no idea, but I just sent you the StreamYard link. I'm going to have fellow content creator Ignar Husky join me here in a second. I'm talking with him live on Discord right now. He's about to... Oh, by the way, you'll have to hang up on here on Discord, Ignar, before you join the StreamYard. Yeah. But yeah. Hey, Ignar.
There we go. Hold on one second. I like a hat.
All right. Do you want to like introduce yourself and what you were up to earlier today?
Yeah. Give me one macaroni here. I'm just gonna snag myself a hat.
Alrighty.
But yeah, I'm Ignar Husky. I'm out in good old PNW, the PDX, or Portland, and I was actually just at the No Kings protest out in Portland tonight, and I was streaming that for like probably 4 hours, give or take. And beyond doing stuff like that, I basically just kind of do what Phoebe does. You know, just kind of shoot shit, hang out, and all that fun shenanigans. I'm just gonna stick it around and have fun for all that. Oh, yeah. We're probably gonna have a little baby adventure time being in a different location a little bit later. Just a little bit.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna have lots of fun today. And just because me and Ignar are here does not mean that you guys who disagree with me and Ignar's lefty socialist bullshit can't join my Discord, vet, and come on stream. I believe I can have. Let's
Isn't
see.
it like 4? Or like?
I can have up to 6 people on screen at once.
Oh shit! Well, there you go. Hell yeah.
So yeah.
You can have like a whole panel going on.
Yeah, I can have a whole panel basically.
Yeah.
And that's basically what we're going to be having. So yeah, you guys need to join that Discord. It's about to be posted in my YouTube description. So like, not my YouTube description, I'm an idiot, but my the stream description. So just look in the description here in just 1 minute. I'm just trying to find Ignar's channel so I can link it in the
Maybe in the guys.
oh, I didn't know it was that simple of a link. Nice. Alrighty. There we go. Update. Alrighty, it should be in the description. It should be. Two videos successfully updated. Okay. It should be in the description. Enter that Discord, enter stream guest vet. I will we'll talk for a second, and then I will send you a link that'll enable you to join the stream. In the meantime, you said local police were fucking with you guys. Exactly how much did they fuck with you?
Oh yeah, like with tonight, honestly, like ICE, they and DHS, they were there for tonight for sure, and being somewhat kind of proactive, but out of all the local law enforcement or the general law enforcement that was going on, it was really the Portland Police Bureau that were like the most proactive in a way. Like they were the ones that, you know, were there, you know, breaking it up because a lot of people were breaking their little precious gate. Like not only did we cross their little precious blue line, but we like a bunch of people were fucking with their fucking gate and shit, including me. Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest. I was one of them. But yeah, so it got broken at least like 2 or 3 different times, and the Portland police would have to come in and disperse the crowd with not any munitions, but, you know, just with like their batons and like wooden sticks and just be like, no, get back. You know, just doing shit like that, and then just sit there for like 30 minutes while like Portland police are fixing the fucking gate. It's not even ICE or DHS doing it. It's literally like the Portland police are basically been their little lapdog the entire fucking day today. It was honestly kind of embarrassing as fuck. I mean, I'm not too surprised that the local cops here are doing shit like that, but I'm also kind of like, damn, like you all aren't even pretending to like be on our side and be like, oh, we're just here to keep the peace. Like, nah, you literally were like showed your fucking cards tonight, being like, oh no.
Sorry.
I mean, they always have their true cards shown anyway, but I mean, they usually have like at least a mask and a facade when it comes to this type of shit.
Well, yeah, and there's cooperation on a scale that we haven't seen up until this point, because like for a while now, it's been the case that a lot of southern small towns and a couple of big cities in the South have been working with the feds, but for the most part, you know, like these big city police departments haven't been working with federal authorities. But now we're starting to kind of see that change.
Or at least they would do the most barest and minimal, like when it comes to working with feds. But now they're like actively cooperating with them. You know, that's what I've noticed. Like, because I know, like in times past, even with the Portland Police Bureau, they normally would, you know, like kind of stand back and like quote stand by, so to speak, basically, and just kind of like, all right, if things get too crazy, we'll handle it on our accord. You know, outside of whatever ICE or DHS, you know, does or what they think, but. Just one of those things where, you know, like you're basically kind of surrounded on all sides, and that's like what's so fucked about it.
But they should absolutely arrest everyone in Portland, says Meow Ka-chow from the chat.
Well, try it, motherfucker.
Like,
I love to see you try.
Do you feel like getting?
You realize that like 90+% of Portlanders, you know, aren't out there protesting? Like what? Yo, everyone that went to No Kings, you know, should be arrested. Everyone that went to ICE should be arrested. Like, give me a break. Where's that freedom of expression? Where's that First Amendment right that y'all conservatives love to boast about? Oh wait, it only works for your side, don't it? I get still sick of these motherfuckers sometimes. I won't, man.
It's a very stupid position.
It is, and it gets tiring as fuck.
But if you guys disagree with me or Ignar, literally all you have to do... Oh my god. Sorry. Literally all you have to do is join the Discord and fucking come into stream guest vet, and it's as simple as that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, if you disagree with us, you can argue with us live. We're literally giving you the opportunity to do it.
The biggest thing, especially someone who was at the No Kings protest, I'm like a perfect dude to bash it out with as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. In a weird way, I kind of want it. I didn't really see that many Maga Chuds at, ICE tonight, outside of police and the usual suspects. I'm just like, oh, I couldn't heckle any of them. Actually, there was a moment.
Huh?
I was just saying, there was a moment that I might try to share to you, or at least try to timestamp it if I could find it, where there was these two like Maga Chuds that were like right next to the gate, and they were just standing there pretending to be like wannabe ICE agents, I guess, just sitting there, just like, what's up? And one of them, who's unironically a male pattern baldness, like massive, like hardcore to the max, and a big boy. Like, I guarantee you probably would have a heart attack if you tried to run. Like, a big boy. And right. Straight up, like, dead ass, fell on his ass when ICE came out. And all of them were like, hey, get up, buddy. And then they shoved him. They immediately got him up and then just like, go. And he almost fell again, too. I was like, oh my God.
They're also pissed. They're also roided up.
I know they are
high on testosterone.
There was like another short stack ICE agent that was
themselves
adamant about like launching some tear gas. He was literally like aiming his fucking grenade launcher, like, please give me a reason to shoot this, please.
This person in chat says, you guys complain, but what I see is Oregon has been under Democratic control for almost 50 years. But you guys pray about the cops that your own political party has been funding for this long. You realize that the cops are fucking like doing this shit because they're being empowered by the tendencies of the Trump administration and the overall collapse of capitalism that is like deforming American politics into this violent, reprehensible, authoritarian tendency. Like,
and not just that, but also, I'm not a fan of the Democratic Party, and Oregon is a close primary state, so someone like me as a radical lefty doesn't have much of a choice but to, vote in those primaries. So, like, as a registered voter, I'm a Dem, but that doesn't mean I am, in the sense that I follow this shit, because when it comes to the Portland City Council, when it comes to the local, like, state government and shit, I'm not really a big fan of it. I have a lot of fucking problems and a lot of gripes, and being supportive of the fucking police is one of them. And knowing that there are literal, even overt fucking Nazis that have been, like, outed as such in like the Clackamas County Sheriffs, the Multnomah Police Bureau, like all this shit, even the Oregon State Police. It's like, I'm no fan of this shit. I mean, it's like, there's been Democratic control, but that's also partly because of other factors like close primaries and, the fact that, other voices are not as prominent. And also, Oregon isn't as liberal or democratic as people make it out to be. There's a lot of places out here that are fucking far right as fuck, like out there in Eastern Oregon, like Estacada, Canby, fucking like Medford, like it's like in any little small town in Eastern Oregon, fucking name it. Like, these are places that are really right wing as fuck. There's even like a movement in Eastern Oregon, especially, to be a part of this whole greater Idaho idea of like having Idaho gobble up like parts of Washington and Oregon a little bit, which is ridiculous because it would just literally crush the local economy in those areas in Eastern Washington and Oregon. Funny enough, because of Democratic control, because the little good that does come from it, is due to like certain factors like economics and social mobility and shit like that. Like our states here in Washington and Oregon and but California too. Like these places, despite, some of the right-wing counties and shit, and even they might not fucking get it, but a lot of just like Democratic, beliefs and politics and shit do end up overall helping them. And even, I'm not the biggest fan of every fucking little thing, but goddamn, like, I'd rather be here than goddamn Texas. I'll say that much.
You're better off in Portland as an alternative person, queer person, leftist person, or really just a normal person in general, of any stripe, then you're better off there in Portland or in like the West Coast in general than you are in fucking Mississippi. At least there's some chances
100%.
for upwards mobility. At least there's some chances for public representation. At least there's plenty of beautiful land. Man, there ain't shit for you in the deep south but the swamp, motherfucker. Also, there's this person in the chat that is, I don't know if they're a frog, a kraut, a Polak, or a fucking Spaniard, but they're complaining about our Americanness.
Well, yeah, because
colonists complaining about us, you know.
I don't know. What do you want? Yeah, we're Americans that are bitching about American stuff. Like, what do you want?
It's
I
just
don't know. You know, I had that the other night too on one of my streams. I was like, I had a British like pro MAGA dude pop in. I was like, bitch, like, what? Like, who are you again?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. You know, the only nation I know is America. We are all Americans at heart.
True. We all have that, you know, deep in our soul in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Sorry, we made you guys all Americans when we started putting McDonald's in all of your countries.
True.
You can stop calling yourselves Americans whenever you get rid of all the McDonald's. Take all the McDonald's out of your country, you're not America anymore. As long as our golden arches reign high over your country, you shall remain part of our undying empire. Fully gay Sunday, let's go! Yes. Okay.
Oh yeah, because I'm only fully gay on a Sunday.
Like, are there any MAGA people, any Chuds out there that are not so much pussies that they can't talk to us? Like, any of you guys out there? I am desperate. Any of you?
Unfortunately, I don't think so.
Discord, join Stream Guest Vet. I'm in there right now. All you have to do is join Stream Guest Vet. Excuse me. I'm at work, or I'd love to talk as a libertarian, not MAGA. Oh yeah, I'm sure we'd have some stuff that we could disagree on, Wardens, healthcare, or something like that. Libertarians always love me for my gun position.
I'm also kind of fine with talking to people like who are libertarians or even like religious people sometimes. Stuff.
Oh,
I get that occasionally.
Hello. I guess we're gonna see what they sound like in just a second. Well, I will see what they sound like. Ignar won't get to know.
We'll say la vie.
They haven't said anything yet. They're muted, so, you know. I don't know why they're muted, but they're muted on their end.
It might be a good time for me to pop up just for half a sec. I got a homeboy calling me real quick. I should be able to come right back though, but just give me a sec.
Okay. Well, as long as you have the link, you'll be able to come right back. For now, I'm going to remove Ignar off the stage. Hello? Hello? So there's somebody in the Discord, but I don't know if they know that they're muted or what. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. No clue. But if you want to join in the debate, all you have to do, very simple, very easy, go to the Discord that is linked in the description below and freaking go to Stream Guest Vet. And if you check out through that, I will send you the link. We can talk about politics, religion, current events, doesn't matter. Lots of things we can check out. In the meantime, while Ignar is doing that, and while we're waiting for someone to argue with, I guess I can show you guys this. This is so great. This is the best thing ever. This is the best segment. Okay. Dims. I need an abortion and gender-affirming care. Normal people, I just want health care. Okay, just hand over your life savings. Huh? What? What are you fucking on about? I'm too tired to do a femme voice right now, or I'd call in. Margot, that shit's so relatable. I feel you so fucking hard, girl. Typical Discord mod, this, boys. Literally AI-generated profile picture. Shitty, nondescript, uncreative name. Too pussy to come on Discord and vet. A pathetic excuse for a human being telling me what's what. Gender affirming hair is healthcare. I agree. Melanie, were you just in the Discord? Were you trying to join the stream, or like, were you trying to come on for a minute or something? I'm surprised that genuinely, like, all these people, so many people talk crap, but very few people are willing to meet that with a response. Most people are unwilling to. Most people. Let's see here. I guess Ignar can just let me know when he's ready to be let back on, or maybe send me something in the private chat. I am a mess with trying to figure out Discord. I'm older than you. I'm sorry. You're fine. No pressure. It can be kind of hard to figure it out sometimes, but if you do decide you want to come on, just hop back in that Discord channel and let me know. Well, they were, like, she was muted on her end, but that could be because she was just muted on her end and didn't unmute, or couldn't, like, find the button unmute, or it could be because, like, she didn't have a microphone, like, the microphone wasn't being picked up by the app, which could be because she accidentally denied a permission, or, you know, like, there's a number of things that could happen. Send the link again. It should be in the description. It should freaking be in the description. Let me see here. Let me look. For now, I'm like, I don't have anything else to show you guys, so I'm just gonna show you guys this. We're gonna watch this. Alrighty, you guys ready for this shit?
Mouse, thank you very, very much.
Alrighty.
Thank you. Can I, before we start? Hey, all the kids.
Hello,
You want
Snowset.
to come up?
Hello. What's your username in chat? Oh, okay. I recognize you. You've got the Clippy avatar. Okay. So how this will work is, I'll just call you Snowset. And what pronouns do you prefer? Okay, cool. Sorry, forgive me. I'm going to send you a link. It's to an app called StreamYard. It's very easy to use. It's very like Discord, except it operates in your browser. And I will send that to your DMs. I'm sending it right now. You will have to... Oh, your message could not be delivered. What? Do you have a DM? Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. I sent you a friend request. That should make it easier. And now I can retry. There we go. So yeah, you'll just have to exit the Discord call and enter StreamYard, and then then it'll probably like ask you for permissions in your browser and stuff, but then it'll let you on, and I'll add you to the stage, and we'll start talking. Alrighty, we're gonna have somebody join here in a minute. How nice! Looking good, homegirl. Them bangs of yours are perfection achieved. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. That's so kind. All right. I do want us to watch this thing, though. We gotta watch this. Got a message on Discord? Oh, okay. We've got content queued up. All right. Well, here we're going. Now we're just waiting for Snowset to pop onto the back end thing, and then I can add them to the stage and we can watch this together. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. You've been in chat a lot of different times. I've seen you. You're a
Yeah.
regular.
Sometimes
What's
I
up? What's
just
up?
tune into the stream. Yeah. What's up? I'm good. I'm good. Just came back from the No Kings earlier today. It was pretty fun.
Yeah. So what was the vibe like? What's the attitude?
It was pretty lively, I'd say. Lots of big turnout. And I mean, it sort of started small, but it kind of grew over time. And yeah, I'd just say like it's a lot of different people there. A lot of different cool signs, some familiar slogans I've seen before. But yeah, I mean, I sounded like some people in like inflatable costumes. That was kind of funny.
Oh, nice. Those are always good to see.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's good. So
How
like,
about
did
you?
you make any
What have you
friends?
been doing
Did you
today?
find any? Huh?
What have you been doing today?
What did I do today? Well, I slept until 3. I
Real?
knew I wasn't gonna be able to go to a yeah. I knew I wasn't gonna be able to go to a No King's Day protest because I knew that there wasn't one close enough to me where I could get to reasonably. So, but I also stayed up until 5 in the morning yesterday, and it seems like I'll probably be staying up pretty late again tonight.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. So I ended up sleeping in, and then when I finally did wake up, I just had a ton of shit I had to do around the house, just basic like upkeep and maintenance type of shit. And then I had to like clean my room a little bit because I had a major spill that I did not clean up like all the way. I just kind of like dried it up, but it was like kind of greasy and shit, so it was making the floor a
Yeah.
little slippery in that spot. And I was just like, you know what? I haven't cleaned the floor in like a month or so, like not properly deep cleaned it. So I'm just gonna deep clean the floor. And by the time I got done doing all the things that I needed to do to feel satisfied with everything that I needed to do,
Mm.
11:30 at night. So
Well,
it was a
fair
full
enough.
day.
Yeah. I did just kind
But
of want to come in here and talk about something I saw in the news recently, which was the there were like 3 House Democrats that voted to end the shutdown and fund ICE. And so, if I'm audible on the stream, I just wanted to name them here so we don't forget their names for the primaries and the midterms. It's gonna be Don Davis from North Carolina, Mary Glusenkamp Perez from Washington, and Henry Seller, I think, from Texas. They all voted to fund DHS fully, and that includes ICE and CBP, to end the shutdown. So
that tracks with Marie Gluesenkamp. She is like the exact type of centrist, moderate Dem masquerading as a progressive that I talk about all the time when I'm decrying like the moderate, like center of the road party line Dems. She is a representative of that tendency in a way that is more direct and obvious than it is. Like if you look at her voting record, she has voted for a ton of bad shit. She votes with Trump. Like I don't know what the exact percentage is, but
right.
she votes with the Republicans way more often than you would assume out of a Democrat, and she's surprisingly like harsh on her immigration rhetoric for somebody who lives in fucking Washington.
Yeah, fair enough. Jeez.
Yeah, so she's a problem for a while. I think a lot of people are starting to see her as the problem that she is, but like I think she's also in a district that's got a lot of people who would otherwise be voting Republican. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense.
She's what we call a blue dog Democrat. That's why it's so important for us to convince people. It's important for us to have these conversations and get the word out.
Yeah.
A better candidates and all that.
Would you say she's like blue MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay. 100%. Yeah, so like Gavin Newsom type.
Yeah, exactly. Gavin Newsom is a great example. She's in that camp. Now, people like Gavin Newsom love to fight with people like Marie Gluesenkamp Perez because, like, there's always been lots of red meat to be gained from fighting amongst the Democrats. Like, it's funny, if you think about it, Donald Trump really, like, one of the reasons why he succeeded on the Republican primary stage so well was because he was willing to tear into all of his opponents in this very direct way and willing to do this like Republican infighting thing. And Democrats have been doing that for ages and ages. You know, it's not exactly a new tactic on our side. It's just that we've got stricter limits on what is considered acceptable to attack, which I think hinders us, by the way. I don't think it's a good thing. But they like to play up the differences between them. But ultimately, Marie Gluesenkamp Perez is just another example of the same tendency.
Okay. I've never heard of her. So I just saw this article in Axios, and I thought it was noteworthy because I'm just so fucking pissed off about this whole thing. But yeah, no, so she was probably the hardest name to pronounce in that one, so she was particularly noteworthy. I didn't know she had such a track record.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, she's been fucking up Washington for a while. Yeah, so do you want to watch this clip with me real quick?
Sure.
Alrighty. This is Joe Biden speaking at, let's see if it's got a description telling us where exactly it was. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, so it was the June 26, 2017 Joseph R. Biden Jr. Aquatic Center dedication. Okay, so.
Mouse, thank you very, very much.
Can you hear it okay?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Can I, before we start, hey, all the kids, you want to come up here and listen? Come on up here. Come up behind me. Because I'm not holding up between them and the pool, man. Come on. My name's Joe Biden, Vice President Biden. Everybody come on up and stand with me. What's your name? There's okay.
This is not the interesting part.
And I realized I live in a neighborhood where I turn on the television. I learned that folks that I work with, like Spencer Henry, and we used to go in what was not as modern as it really was. The only white guy they really knew. And they'd ask me questions. One time, I won't mention which lifeguard said, do I have a jerry can, a 5-gallon? Can't stop at most gas stations. Things have changed. These were all public.
Okay, here it is.
One of the things you had to use, if you use pomade.
Here we go. Here it is.
Orange cement over there. And Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Okay, hold on.
I learned to see Ken and a few other guys that worked here as well. And we sit there and we talk, and they'd ask me questions because I really was the only white guy they really knew. And they'd ask me questions about everything. I mean, things that just startled me. I remember one time, I won't mention which lifeguard, said, "Do I have a jerry can, a 5-gallon can for gasoline?" And I said, "No, I don't." I said, "But what do you need it for?" He said, we're going down to see my grandmama in North Carolina. We can't stop at most gas stations. They won't let us stop at most gas stations." I learned a lot. And I learned that it makes a difference. This was the diving board area, and I was.
So the reason why I'm playing this clip is because I just think it's apt. We've gotten ourselves into this conversation about the complacency and the incompetence of the modern day Democratic Party. And I think that there is no better representation of that complacency and that moderate centrist rot than this man we see before us, Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he was allowed to be the nominee in 2020 is an affront to the democratic process. It's an affront to the American voter. And it is a sad reflection on the sorry state of the modern day Democratic Party. And we haven't even gotten to the worst part of this fucking speech yet. He's just, right now, old man rambling about how it was being a white guy getting to interact with black people for the first time.
The fuck?
Yeah.
I guess he really likes corn pops.
Oh, wait. You haven't gotten to the best part.
And they weren't allowed to. There was a 3-meter board. If you fell off sideways, you landed on the darn cement over there. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did. And back in those days, to show how things have changed, one of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a bathing cap. And so he was up on the board, wouldn't listen to me. I said, "Hey, Esther, you, off the board, or I'll come up and drag you off." Well, he came off, and he said, "I'll meet you outside." My car, these were all public housing behind it. My car, there was a gate out here. I parked my car outside the gate. And he said, "I'll be waiting for you." He was waiting for 3 guys in straight razors.
In straight razors, Mr. President?
Huh.
In straight razors? What?
Not a joke.
Yeah.
There's a guy named Bill Wright, Mouse, the only white guy, and he did all the pools. He was the mechanic. And I said, "What am I going to do?" He said, "Come down here in the basement where mechanics, where all the pool filter is. You know the chain, there used to be a chain that went across the deep end. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, "You walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, 'You may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head.'" I said, "You kidding me?" He said, "No, if you don't come back." And he was right. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And they had, in those days, you used to remember the straight razor. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And I looked at him, but I was smart then. I said, "First of all," I said, "when I tell you get off the board, you get off the board, and I'll kick you out again. But I shouldn't have called you Esther Williams. I apologize for that. I apologize, but I didn't know that apology was going to work." He said, "You apologize to me?" I said, "I apologize for that, not for throwing you out, but I apologize for what I said." He said, "Okay," closed the straight razor, and my heart began to beat again.
So this is all I'm going to play of that clip. And
Sure,
it's
yeah.
just, I'm sorry to subject you to so much Biden at once.
So
But I
much,
think
yeah.
it's, like, do you agree with me that we need to excise this from, like, progressive halls? And
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that somebody like could call Biden a progressive is really, I don't know. I feel like
it
that's
shows
a
how far we've
reflection.
fallen, right?
I feel like that's a reflection on the state of the Democratic Party right now. Yeah.
I feel like it's not only a commentary on the state of the Democratic Party, I think it's a commentary on the electorate. I think it's a commentary on the state of American capitalism, the state of the American empire. It is emblematic of the rot that we are now dealing with as an entire society, not just as a few individuals, but as an entire society. It's a society-wide tendency.
Yeah, and I feel like those I don't know. saw a lot of like, because so the No Kings, they feels like it can be a thing to bring people together, right? It can be like, oh, I'm against Trump on economic issues. And then you have like the people who are against Trump on like whatever else bullshit he's doing, right? With ICE and just being I don't know, queer in general, right?
Yeah.
That'd be a good thing to be against him for. But I see like a lot of stuff like, oh, he went to war without Congress or something. That's or I don't know, or they're mad that the gas prices are up and not the fact that we're at war with Iran. And it's like, I don't know. There's just a weird sort of like liberalism to it
Yeah,
that I
exactly.
feel
It's
like
lib shit.
I can't shake it. But
Yeah,
it's also like
you
I
can't
don't.
shake it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I
No, I
see a
mean
lot of like.
it's lib shit.
Yeah, I see a lot of like really kind of like funny sort of posters, usually of like Donald Trump as like a big baby or something like that, and like the Statue of Liberty turning her head away or something like that. And it's usually like AI generated images, and I'm just very like, oh yeah, this is definitely very liberal, but
It's right, like
yeah,
that's why I call out electoralism so much. That's why I criticize it so hard, because to a lot of people, politics is just that. It's like their interest in politics begins and ends at like Orange Man bad, Kamala Harris good.
right,
They
right.
want to see their team win, and you have to think about politics more deeply than that if you actually want to affect change.
Mm-hmm.
Ignar said he was about to be back. Friend of mine.
Okay.
You'll like him.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how much longer I could be on here, but it was nice to get to talk to you.
Yeah, no, for sure. Whenever you wanna head out is fine. I do think it's cool that you went to the No Kings Day protest. I think that it's important that people do stuff like that. I do think we need a longer lasting movement of a lot
Mm-hmm.
more people, and I think it needs to be centralized in the halls of power. We need
I
like
agree.
15 million people in Wall Street. We need like 15 million people in Washington D.C. And I
Yeah,
think
we
if we can
we
do
need
that,
the energy of Occupy. That's what we need right now.
but
You
we
know.
need even more than the energy of Occupy. We need Occupy times 5. Because Occupy failed because it was too few people, and it was centralized in one park in
Mm-hmm.
New York City.
Yeah.
All centralized around like sure it was Wall Street, but it was also like the Zucconi Park or something. I forget the name of it, but
Right. Yeah.
like we need to have like tons and tons and tons of people in DC and Wall Street. So it needs to be like Occupy, but bigger,
Yeah.
bigger,
And
bigger,
was
more energy.
like that shit was like anarchism and mutual aid and action.
And
I feel
that's
like
exactly what needs to happen. It just
yeah.
needs to be bigger.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be bigger, and it can't just go away because the pressure stays on. Because the pressure is going to stay on until they relent, and they might relent in a week. If
Right.
we get enough people out there. But if we don't have enough people, it might take a year or two. It might take a
Yeah.
year or two of the economy being depressed from so many people being out of the workforce or taking time to be out of the workforce to be part of a movement for these people. And it might take a year of their drive to work being interrupted by protesters and shit like that. It might take a year for these people to finally decide, okay, we're going to make it happen because these people are not going to leave us alone. It might take a fucking while. And people are going to have to figure out how to, okay, I'm going to put in a leave of absence from my job, or
Yeah.
I'm going to fucking quit my McDonald's job, or whatever the case may be. We are going to go serve 3 months in this protest, and then we are going to get somebody to relieve us. Like this could happen. It needs to happen. And I think eventually will happen. I just want to encourage people to do it before the breadlines start. I don't want every American to look like a Holocaust victim before
Yeah.
we finally rise up.
Yeah. That's what we don't want.
Precisely.
Mm. And never again, right? People say never again. Never again is now. it's time to act. Right?
Yeah, I mean, literally, it's time to fucking act. These people want to destroy us. They want to end the world. They want to destroy democracy. There's never been a better time to join a mutual aid org. There's never been a better time to find a good, honest, fucking like charity that you can help push. There's never been a better time to get together with your community and make things better.
Join your local rapid response.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay.
Alrighty. Well, that was a good talk. That was a good talk.
I agree. I'll see you maybe on another stream.
Yeah. Peace.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I hope you join us in the chat. Alrighty. Well, that was Snowset. Now, I'm just gonna let Ignar know to rejoin whenever he's ready. Hello? Hello, what is your username in chat? No, what is your username in chat? Ah, interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. That was very interesting. Why didn't they want to give me their name? Why didn't they want why didn't they want that? That's so interesting. Why didn't they want to give me their name in chat? I wonder, yeah. I wonder indeed. Literally, they pieced out the moment I said, "What is your name?" Let's see here. That's just funny to me because that means like they are a total pussy. They said some shit in chat that they don't want to be held to account for on Discord. They don't want to be held to account for it live in front of the internet. They don't want to come and talk to they don't want to stand tall before, well, the woman in this case, and talk about, they don't want to confess their sins. I think that's funny. You doxing people, bro? I wonder what his name was. I literally said, "What is your username in chat?" And I didn't say, "What is your real name?" I said, "What is your username in chat?" Oh, sorry, I just got here. You're fine. No, so I'm doing call-ins, and before anyone joins the actual stream, I vet them on Discord. And when I always ask, like, my first question is always, "What is your username in chat?" So that I can familiarize myself with who I'm talking to. If it's a regular, I want to know. And if it's a shit talker, I especially want to know. American Hegemony, how about you hop on Discord voice chat and verify? Hop on stream. Stop talking shit and hop on stream. Very simple. Easy to do. The link is in the description. Just join stream guest vet, and I'll pop you in as soon as I can. Ignar! Ignar's muted. Ignar's a piece of shit. I'm I'm not from the United States. Can I join? Yeah, as long as you're like fluent in English, which you seem to be. I'm a cis woman and I will go to bat for trans girls. You all are poor in empathy and it's your loss. We love to see it. We literally love to see it. Thank you, Raina. I appreciate that a ton. That is so kind. Bobby, suck it. Oh, are you the sad little bitch that I just kicked out of my Discord for fucking being, dude? Okay, Ignar. The best shit just happened. Ignar, the best shit just happened. Can I tell you about it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm hanging out in the stream guest vet channel. Of course I am, right? Because I'm getting ready to hopefully argue with some maggots or something, right?
Right.
This person joins the server and then they join the stream guest vet channel, and I go through the regular process of vetting. I'm like, hello, and they're like, hi, and then I'm like, what's your username in chat? And they're like, nervously, can I just use this username? And I'm like, no, what is your username in chat? And they're like, peace out, bye.
Oh my god, they
What
couldn't even
kind of
say
shit
who they
were they
were.
talking?
That is some bitch made shit. Like, I mean,
What
you
kind
could
of
literally even
shit were
say
they
some random ass
talking?
fucking name and that would have been better. It could have been
Yeah,
like,
I
oh,
know.
I'm just a lurker, I never chatted. I'm just so and so. You could literally
Yeah.
just said anything and that would have been better.
Yeah.
Ow.
Bro, Ignar.
That's a got fucked on.
Your mic is in the tunnel.
Wow.
I can barely hear you.
Oh, sorry.
It's awful.
Well, I am kind of at the point in a walk-in. Is there just there's a
Where your phone's microphone is? Can you like come
okay?
here from the microphone?
Does that help?
Okay. Yes. Hello.
It's the fucking Oregonian wind. God damn it.
Somebody in Discord real quick. What did you say? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying it was a goddamn Oregonian wind. Fucking wind. Making it hard.
Ignar, give me just 1 second while I vet this person on Discord. So what is your username in chat, Senda? Let me see here. Are you the person that just asked if you could join if you weren't from? Oh, okay. All right, cool. That's all I needed to know. I'm going to send a link here in. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm going to send a link here to the text chat for this voice channel. I just sent it, and you'll have to exit this Discord call to use the link that I sent, but it's a link to a site called StreamYard. That is what I use to host my streams. That will enable you to come on. You don't have to use your camera, but it will ask you for permissions in your browser to use your microphone. It's in the text chat for this voice chat. I can hold on. I'll just send it to you as a DM. There we go. But yeah. And whenever, like I said, whenever you enter, whenever you go to that link, you'll have to hang up over here on Discord in order for us to hear you over there. Cinda, hello.
Yeah, hello. You can hear me good?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you good.
Nice. Yeah, I just stopped at your stream couple of times when I was like scrolling my shorts recently.
Yeah, yeah. I
You
mean,
seem
that's
pretty
normally how
aggressive,
people find
I
me.
can say. What you say?
I said that's normally how people find me. Is
Yeah,
scrolling shorts.
yeah. And they seem pretty aggressive, I would say, you know? You kind of like, I don't know, I was just on stream for like 30 seconds to 1 minute, and it's usually where you're talking shit to like other people, and it wasn't like anything polite or anything. I don't know.
Yeah,
So
I
what's
mean,
up
it
with that?
depends. It depends. If somebody comes at me aggressively, I'm more likely to be aggressive. Sometimes I'm just mad and I just need to like get something off of my chest. But usually, I feel like those angry rants usually aren't pointed at a specific chatter. Um, I kind of deal with some anger issues, and I figured out a long time ago that I have to have healthier ways of expressing that than doing it intersocially. And one really productive way to express it is by um, these self-righteous rants that I can get into in this little streaming environment here.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I see. And how does it go usually? Do you like just disconnect your opponents when it's too steamy or what?
Huh?
Do you just like how it does it go usually? Do you just disconnect your opponents when it's too much of like
No, I like it doesn't
conflict?
become too much for me. I don't like I don't really carry away. Like number one, I don't really get angry at the things people say in chat and stuff like that. And a lot of the times when I do have like angry self-righteous rants that go on in like on stream, it's stuff that I've been feeling all day that I've like I said, I've had on my chest that I just need to make material somehow. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I can understand that. I just can't relate, right? But yeah,
Yeah,
I can
yeah, fair
understand.
enough. Not everybody's like that. I mean, some people just don't deal with that much residual anger that they need to do something with.
I mean,
Some people have different ways of.
I just
Some
quit
people have
a
different ways of working
situation
through
like
it.
that rather than encourage it, you know, myself. So,
Yeah, I mean, I like engaging in the back and forth of a hostile argument. I guess sometimes,
all
as
right.
messed up as that might sound, I like it. I think it's
So,
I think it could be fun.
all right. So your team is like political and anti-MAGA and shit, right? That's what I'm getting.
I mean, we talk about politics quite a bit here, but I like to think of the channel as a multifaceted project that can cover a wide variety of topics.
Mm-hmm. I see. I see. Just like fascinating to me that people are so polarized on politics and stuff in the United States. At least what I'm getting, right? But
What country
also,
are you from,
I'm from
by the
Russia,
way?
from Moscow.
Oh, okay, cool. Right on. Are things
Yeah.
not as polarized over there?
Uh, I would
I
say
genuinely wouldn't know. I genuinely would not know.
I would say that there are no politics here, right? So if you have like, let's say, anti-government views, you're not expressing them freely here. So usually
Fair
discussions
enough.
like that are not like that open, let's say.
Oh,
I
yeah, fair
I
enough.
for sure can go online with my face and say shit about Putin, right?
Yeah,
That's
no,
not even
100%. I wouldn't expect you to. Yeah, definitely.
yeah. So
Um,
I just because of that how polarized it is, I also from my perspective, I don't see like much difference between like let's say Democrats and uh, Republicans, right? From my perspective, they both are for strong government and less freedom, more taxes and more wars, like whatever. Like I don't know. I just from my perspective, I don't see how people are so divided on something that is so similar. Like for me, it will be zero difference what to vote for. Like Biden, Trump,
um,
whatever.
yeah, I get what you're saying. So yeah, there's not really that much difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. It's really kind of it's almost happenstance that the people of America align at all with these political parties. It's like they're really like relationships of convenience because the polarization it's mostly a show among the politicians and real among the people, but like the policy differences, like there are no policy differences. Like ultimately the Democrats usually just maintain a holding pattern of previous Republican policy until the next Republican gets around, and then they make things just a little bit more intense in the Middle East and a little bit more tax friendly for the billionaires and a little bit more heavy on taxes for the working class. And, then the Democrats come and hold that policy over. So, yeah, you're right to identify a few differences between the Dems and the Republicans when it comes to the politicians and the party platform and what they actually lead to. The real division, the polarization you're seeing is between the American people who have, at this point, there's a good third of Americans who have a radically different vision of what America should look like from what I do. And that is where that division comes from. By the
Yeah,
way, I
yeah.
just want to, real quick, I just want to say thank you for the $5, Margot to Hell. I appreciate it. Can you send the Discord link again for a few people? Yes, I will send it again. Thank you for the $5, Margot. But yes, please do respond.
Yeah, so it just sorry, a bit off the track here, but I guess it just so you are the socialist, right? And I'm from countries that like struggled with socialism more than any country in the world, I would say, right? And I know that many people in America, let's say, thinking that Soviet Union wasn't like socialism, wasn't right socialism or whatever, right? But it's also like always fascinated to me that the most successful country in the modern history of humankind has a lot of people that kind of struggle just to see how good it is, how many people want to live in the United States, want to migrate there, and why it became that way, and kind of falling for the I would say myself, like I understand that you will disagree, but that's how I feel, falling for the traps of like, let's say, good life that thinks about like people evenly and social justice and something like that, right?
America's got good points and bad. Like when people say like, the most successful country ever, I'm like, I don't know about that. I guess it depends on how you measure success. Culturally, I think that America's definitely been one of the most influential cultures throughout history, but there have been more influential cultures throughout history than America simply by virtue of like humanity having previously been mainly concentrated to smaller and smaller groups of people. So, like there's some argument to be had there, I guess. But like in terms of like our healthcare, I mean, America is one of the worst countries to be in if you're like really sick. In terms of our prison population, we lock up more people than pretty much anybody except China. And, we lock up more people per capita than China does, which is kind of insane if you think about it. We're not like that good in terms of literacy. We're like 36th, I think, in terms of literacy rates. So like I feel like a lot of people measure our success in terms of our billionaires' economic output and the cultural dominance of our pop musicians. But I don't know if those are actually good metrics for measuring our success.
Yeah, I
If you
mean,
would measure our success by like the quality of life of the average American, I think you'd find there's a lot of average Americans who are living pretty shitty fucking lives.
it's probably true, right? I've seen a lot of like videos of like American ghetto, like Detroit or anything else, right? But
Perfect
it's
example,
also,
yeah.
for me, it's striking like if you work and you work hard in America, you always get your money. I know a lot of people here that work for like 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, and they struggle just to buy food. I'm not even joking, right? And it's
Oh, that
usually
happens
like
here though.
medical workers and stuff.
Oh, that's the case here though. That's the thing though. It's like, it's not everywhere in the United States. There are some places that have better worker protections, but like I live in a state called Mississippi, where if you look it up, we don't have a minimum wage, and there are very few worker protections here. So there are people who literally work for $10 an hour. They work for 10-hour shifts. They work 6 days a week, and they still have to have roommates or live with a parent, and they scrape every penny trying to get by. I mean, and
Yeah,
that happens here, and we're this great capitalist. I'm just saying.
yeah. Yeah, but let's just say you mentioned healthcare, right? For example, how much of your like salary, of your minimum wage, right? You need to spend to like fix your teeth, let's say. Is it like several months, right? Probably what I'm getting, maybe like 10 months at worst. If you've got a bad
Yeah, it
teeth and
depends
you
on the
need to
cost of
remove it.
living of your area. Yeah, it
Yeah,
just depends on the cost of living for sure. I mean, if obviously if you live in a cheaper cost of living area and you're making minimum wage, you might be able to afford some light dental work after like 3 months of saving, depending on your living situation. But if you live in a high cost of living area, even if you are working with a higher minimum wage, you're probably still not going to be able to afford even basic dental health work unless you've got a dental health care policy, like an insurance plan. Like it might take you 6 months to save up enough if you are just getting by here in America. Dental
all
care
right.
is particularly expensive here in the States. Optometrists are also super expensive. I mean, healthcare here in the States is fucking ridiculous. It's the thing we do worst of all.
Yeah, so for example, in Russia, it's free, right? Especially
Mhm.
all emergency care is absolutely free, and most of like let's say dentists and stuff like that. Of course, you can't like replace your teeth for free, but you can remove your teeth for free. But when you see our taxes, right? I pay more than 60% of taxes. And most people don't even know how much they pay because all these taxes are like hidden. They're hidden like everywhere from like just the cost of living and just like straight up taxes that you pay yearly, right? From like every time you go shopping, you pay 25% to the government and it raises like when I was just starting working, it was 15%, now it's 25 and it rises year by year. So it's not free when you think about it and I have a good health, and I pay for all the people around me that have bad health, that don't care about their health, and it doesn't seem to me like this is a social justice, let's say, because I would prefer not to pay this 50% and then just save up money to afford my healthcare when I really need it, or just to buy a health insurance like you do, like you
Right.
probably do.
So the thing I would just point out there is that like um, I'm trying to talk about I'm trying to think of how I can talk about this in a way that's not going to like make Okay, so um, like there's other reasons why the taxes are so high in Russia. Like regardless of how we feel about the whole like Ukraine situation, wartime spending always drives up taxes and
No, it was long before war. Just saying, it's of
no,
course not
yeah, I
helping.
understand. It's been going up for a while. I know, like it's been like listen. Russia's been struggling for a long ass time. Like you
Mm-hmm.
guys were struggling back when the Bolshevik Revolution happened, and you've been struggling ever since. I get that.
Yeah.
um, I do, but like I just feel like there are other ways that we could solve this problem without gutting a publicly funded healthcare system.
Yeah,
I
you
feel like a
probably
lot
like
of times.
referring to let's say Europe countries, right? That maybe you say do it better, but
Well,
you
like if you
look
look
at
at
their taxes and their policies. I don't see much difference between European Union and Russia. Like in Russia, I'm anonymous here, right, with you. I
Yeah,
type anything like that in like public chat or anywhere, I get arrested. Same
right. No, I
thing in
get that.
Europe. Same thing in Europe. Yeah, I pay 50% of taxes here, same thing as in Europe. Like I don't
Well,
see
no,
much
I mean
difference.
I've looked into it. It depends. Like different countries pay more, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
there are certainly some countries that, like France, I think pays like 5% more average income tax than Americans do, but they pay like nothing for healthcare, so they actually pay less overall for the overall upkeep of their society and collective
Yeah, I
justice
mean,
and
straight
everything.
up Googling this won't always help you because there are always hidden taxes, also in Europe and in Russia, because that you like, I don't know, environment tax, like some taxes and prices. When you go shopping, you pay taxes even without like the tax bill, right? And everything like that. I mean, you also has like a tax when you buy products, but it's much lower in the US and in
I
Europe.
mean, like, what do you think our sales tax is, if you just had to guess?
Mm, I mean, it depends on the state. That's what I know for sure, right? It can't be the
Yeah,
same
it
thing.
depends on the state. Good catch.
So
Yeah.
I would say the lowest must be under 10, and the highest must be like 20, maybe, or I don't know.
Oh no, I would be shocked to see even those high numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so, okay, so you don't have as rosy a picture of our tax situation as I thought you did. No, sales tax in America ranges. Like usually, municipalities don't have a specific sales tax of their own, but sometimes they do. That can range between like 4.5% to sometimes a little bit higher. Usually, the sales tax ends up coming to around 7%, like
Yeah,
around
that's great.
give or take 7%. It can be a little higher in some places. And another thing we deal with here in America is in a lot of states, weed is legal. And in most states, alcohol is, and I think in all states, alcohol is legal. It's just weird in a couple of places. But anyway, sin taxes, they call it. The idea of taxing products that are, in theory, deleterious to the public health. So you like tax them so that you can reappropriate that money back into rehab programs and health and education, right? We have sin taxes on stuff like that that can sometimes be as high as 25%, but that is only on products like I said, cannabis, alcohol, probably a few other things that I'm not
I
thinking
mean,
of.
same here. It's even worse here. I mean, when you buy
Oh, I
a
would
bottle of
imagine.
vodka, you pay like 95% to the government, and I'm joking. It's like super
Yeah, I
fair.
mean, that's the thing. Everybody talks about lowering taxes here in America, but what they don't understand is, like, we're already a tax haven. You know, like there are a
I
few
mean,
better
if
tax
you're a
havens in the
socialist,
world, but
I'm like, I can say that I'm libertarian. I'm not sure if I probably you know. So I don't like taxes are balanced for me in any form, right? And the only tax that I can agree with is tax that I agree on my own, right? On like, okay, I will pay like 5% for healthcare if I want to, and if I don't want healthcare, I don't pay it, right? That I can agree for, but I don't see how I need government for that when all the private institutions do it much better and they compete for price and they can lower me a lower price than
well,
a
yeah, no, I
single.
mean, everybody
Uh,
says that, but you
mhm.
say that, but that's just not how it works. I mean, there's only one example in the like on the planet. There's only one example of a pretty much unrestricted healthcare market, and it has resulted in the highest healthcare prices on the planet. It's right here in the United States, baby. When my ex had our child, they were like, I don't even want to tell you how fucking expensive that medical bill was. And if they hadn't had Medicaid when they had our kid, I don't know what we would have done. It was like
Yeah,
30 grand or something.
yeah, but
Thirty thousand
from what I'm grasping,
$1,000. That's
from
more
what
than
I'm
I make in
grasping,
2 years.
from what I'm grasping from like reading stuff about the United States, the healthcare situation is the only part of the United States that is not free market at all, which is like heavily influenced with government and government money. Uh, because like you need all there are like a lot of barriers on your way. Let's say you want to open like a clinic, right? To help people and to take money for that. There are so many barriers for you to get into the system that only like very big players, very affiliated with governments, like basically oligarchy, right, is in the healthcare in the US. And it's basically a no free market at all, except for like various like small things. So that's what I was grasping. Well, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I
I mean, like,
read something
I don't know. Like,
misinformation.
I just feel like I don't know what regulations could possibly be on the healthcare system that would be preventing it from like working as intended in a capitalist way. Um, like I have no idea what you could possibly be referencing. Like there's no yeah, like all the regulations that are on the medical industry right now exist to protect people's health from what I can tell. And I feel like really the best answer to any of these problems would be like government money helping people get into it, right? Like
I mean,
I
that's
don't
the
know. It
way it
doesn't seem
was
to
in
me
the
like the
Soviet
private market
Union.
has a lot of answers to these problems.
It's the way it was in Soviet Union, and if you wonder if Soviet Union had good healthcare, well, no. So I don't know. Like we have a living example from the past, right? From the history, my country,
I
and
mean, all I know, listen, all I know is that here in America, if you get sick, unless you have insurance, which is probably going to cost you about $400 a month, even if you're a healthy person, which is multiple thousands of dollars a year. That's like 6,000 grand, or 6,000 grand. It's like $6,000 a year. Unless you've got that health insurance, you're not going to the doctor, period. It doesn't matter how bad it gets, unless you start to feel like you are literally dying. And then you'll go to the emergency room. And after you go to the emergency room, you'll get a bill that will stay on your credit for the next 7 years. And it can range from anywhere from like $35 if you're in a good blue state like California to $1,400 was what my hospital bill was after a concussion I got in Missouri. $1,400 US.
But why don't you
And
have
at that
an
time,
insurance?
I made.
It's not affordable for
what?
average American to have an insurance. Why don't you have it?
Why didn't I have it? Because my job didn't offer it. Because I didn't qualify for the hours requirement for them to give you that.
Yeah,
because they
but you
kept
could
me
buy,
under that
you could go
scheduled
to the
time.
clinic and buy it yourself, right?
I mean, you can, but it's incredibly expensive if you don't have an an employer insurance policy.
I mean, 400 per month doesn't seem too much for health insurance, even for Moscow. And I guess in Missouri your salary must be bigger on average, no? Or is it still quite a lot for you?
I mean, like 400 a month is just like a number I'm pulling like from like insurance policies I paid as part of insurance, employer provided insurance plans. So like, out of every paycheck you're getting like 100 taken out, or like the equivalent of 100 when you stack up the 65 for your medical, and then the 25 for your dental, and the 25 for your fucking vision. My point is that 400 a month might not seem like a lot, but if you're making like 1,700 a month and you're paying $600 a month in rent, well, between your health insurance and your rent, that's already over half your paycheck. Now, assuming you've got like a $250 utilities bill, which in some places is going to definitely be on the cheaper side, that leaves you with like 450. If you've got a car payment, that's probably going to take out another 200. You've got car insurance, which you're going to have pretty much anywhere here in America. That's going to be like another 75. Like, you see how quickly this shit gets eaten away. And with how stagnant wages have been in this country for so long, it's becoming untenable. I mean,
Yeah,
there's so many uninsured people in this country.
I mean, I can see the prices of the things you say, but 1,700 per month is his salary. Is it after taxes?
I mean, not my salary. No, I'm using that as an example
understand,
salary. I'm just using it as an example.
I think 1,700 is like super low. Is it real? I think is minimum will be like at least like 2,500 or something. No. You think 1,700 is like a usual salary?
Let me do some calculations real quick. I'll tell you some like example wages that I might have made at previous jobs. Let me see here. Let me think here. Okay. 10 9 times probably worked about 36 hours a week there.
Just simple Googling tells me it's $1,000 a week on average.
Well, yeah, but that's because the people at the very top are making fucking billions.
Yeah, okay, but okay, let's say what is
the people at the top of the scale are making millions of dollars a year, so of course the average is going to be skewed.
Wage Missouri, right? So 15 per hour before taxes.
Huh?
15 per hour before taxes, right? That's what I'm getting. And let's say 40, 1,600. I mean, it's still at least more than 2,000, no? It's at least 2,400. from what I'm grasping, with like 40 hours per week. It just 1700 still seems extremely low. It's kind of low for Moscow.
Okay, well, regardless, the calculations I just did using the wage that I used to make working at the Hy-Vee in Chillicothe, Missouri, I made $10.50 an hour in 2019, and I worked roughly 36 hours a week. And having done that calculation, that would amount to $1,512 before taxes. After taxes, that would probably be down to around $1,300 a month.
Okay, now minimum wage is 15.
If I hadn't been able to have roommates, I would have been fucked.
Yeah, but now minimum wage is 15 though. I understand that prices are higher too though, but still.
I mean, like, sure, their minimum wage is higher now. Hasn't really changed the situation of anybody though. Like, it's being stepped up, but that doesn't mean like everything is better. I don't know. Like, listen, hey, I hope you guys get the private healthcare insurance that you so desperately desire. I'm just letting you know that as an American who currently lives under this wonderful, epic, amazing system, I fucking hate it.
I see it. But what if you're working not for minimum wage? Like,
oh, I don't work for minimum wage. I'm a YouTuber.
But you used to, right?
I'm a YouTuber, so I don't work for minimum wage.
Yeah, but you used to work for minimum wage, and like, why?
Yeah.
I mean, I get if you're like a student, right? But minimum wage is what? No education, no experience, right? That's minimum wage.
Doesn't matter. Hey, doesn't matter. Labor is valued based on the amount that it's used by the society that it exists within. Hey, listen, if Walmart workers aren't worth the wage that they're paid, fire them all. If you don't need Walmart workers, fire them all.
No, why fire? They deserve minimum wage.
Listen. If you don't need McDonald's workers, fire them all. If you don't need Walmart stockers, fire them all. You do need these people. You need to pay them properly.
They are paid properly, right? According to the market, they are paid properly.
No, they're not paid properly. They're paid a wage that is so fucking low that there are tons of Walmart workers that are on food stamps.
Yeah, but you understand that it will be like no workers in Walmart if they were not paid properly.
That's not how the world works. You work wherever you can get a job. You work wherever you can get a job. Because
so
if you
you're
don't
telling
work,
me you can't find a job better than
starve.
Walmart?
Because if you don't work, you starve. Because we live in America, where if you don't work, you starve.
I mean, all around the world, if you don't work, you starve. Like, just saying. It's not like you demanded to work anywhere. It's not like food is free somewhere across the ocean, you know?
No, but there are countries where you're paid aptly for your work. There are countries that value their workers enough to provide them with a universal standard for healthcare. Which countries are those? Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden, France, Germany, all the countries west of your old Eastern Bloc Western border. Yeah, the cool countries.
Not anymore. Not anymore. There are tons of people working for minimum wages out there. Same as in America.
Yeah, and you know what? They have universal health care. In France, you can get a state-funded babysitter to come over and help you cook your food for you, help you take care of your child. In Italy, you get I think a month or like a month and a half worth of paid vacation that is funded by a coalition of the state and the employers paying for it. I know how they do it in Europe, and it's a lot fucking better than they do it here.
Yeah, I've been to Europe, to like 30 countries. I was terrified to go out of my hotel in Paris. Just saying. I was terrified. That's the only country where I didn't leave my hotel. I was in London like 10 years before.
I know there's nothing but white people in Russia, but there are lots of brown people in the other countries of the world, and they are not scary. They are normal people.
No, I'm not talking about brown people or scary people. I'm talking about robbery. And I'm talking about like you go out, you get robbed. I don't care if they're white or brown.
That's funny because my sister went on a combined vacation and education trip when she was doing her education to become an English school teacher, and during that time she went to Barcelona in Spain and Paris in France. Somehow she didn't get robbed that whole time, and she wasn't with like a tour group the whole time. Somehow came out of that situation. Very ritzy looking white girl, never got robbed.
I know a lot of people that get robbed, especially in Barcelona. Barcelona is like one of the scariest cities in Europe.
Do we want to look it up? Like, let's see what the crime rate is. Let's just see.
Yeah.
Crime
I mean-
rate.
I've been so quiet this entire time. I hate to butt in, but also I had a friend that was in Spain, in Barcelona, in Madrid, and also Lisbon as well, and he did not have any of that happen either. Like if anything, you had a lot of tourists coming over, like offering drinks and shit like that when it was at the bars and stuff. I mean, I've kind of wanted to butt in for a while, but I'm just kind of on my walk. But just want to add that too, because I know in Spain it's not really as big of a problem. I know Paris specifically, like France, it is kind of an issue, but not so much in Spain. Seems like it's kind of the opposite over there. From
Yeah,
what
I mean, it's more than common issue, and also like Googling for that, it doesn't add to it because you can't Google what they don't write down, because like,
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's basically what happened.
Okay. Gotcha.
I
I
mean-
don't know about.
Gotcha. So
I
there's
can
no
tell
good
you all the cities where I've
information.
been to. I've been
There's
to
no good
London, Manchester, Oxford, Paris, Madrid, what in Western Europe. None of the cities were safe. Only London because it was
That's
like more
funny.
than 10 years ago.
Okay, so can I give you a little piece of information? I just think you'll find it interesting.
Yeah, I'm
Can I
listening.
tell you some? Okay, so do you know what Tennessee is?
That's the state, right?
It's a
Or a
southern
city.
state defined by its conservative right-wing politics. One of the biggest cities in Tennessee is a city called Memphis.
Oh yeah,
I'm
I've
gonna
heard about
share-
Memphis. Yeah.
Yeah,
Memphis is
everybody's
cool.
heard about Memphis at one point or another, right? I'm currently sharing the murder rate of Memphis, Tennessee. So the city's murder rate is approximately 15.8 per 100,000 residents, which is pretty fucking high. I don't know about
Yeah.
you, seems pretty high to me. Now I'm sharing the murder rate of Barcelona, Spain. Which is
Oh, you're getting
approximately
killed in Barcelona.
1.53. So
You're not getting killed in
15.
Barcelona. I've never said that. You're getting robbed. Nobody will kill you.
Oh
You
well,
just get beaten
let's
and
just look at the theft rate. Okay, let's look at the let's look at the rate of auto theft then. What is specifically being stolen, so I get the right statistic?
I
Is it your
mean,
car? Is it your
the thing,
purse?
the thing is when you get like your purse
I would assume
stolen,
like
you're
wallets
not getting
and
on
like
state.
cash and keys and shit, like credit cards and stuff. I would assume that, right?
Let's just look at the crime rate. Just like
Yeah, just general crime rates
general
data.
crime rate?
Usually we'll like kind of encompass it and generalize it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Barcelona's crime rate is moderate compared to other European cities, but significantly higher than Madrid's. 48 crimes per 1,000 inhabitants. So, and Memphis, Tennessee has the highest violent crime rate among U.S. major cities. I knew that. We'll see. It's hard because they're measuring this in two different ways. 2,500
that's
per
a fact. That's
100,000
what I'm telling
versus
you. Who measures
48
this on the
per
information?
1,000. Huh?
Who measures this on the information? Like, if government doesn't want to measure it right, it won't, right? I'm just saying, it doesn't matter if it's right wing, left wing. I don't even know who is ruling in Spain, right? It doesn't matter. Like, there are a lot of murders, a lot of like robberies that don't get into statistics here in Russia too.
So why do you trust the American statistics, but you don't trust Spain's statistics?
I didn't say that, but I know that, let's say, your state is probably much safer than Barcelona for, let's say,
It's not.
pickpocketing.
It's not. It's not. It's not. I can tell you that. I can tell you that right now.
Maybe.
Have you ever been to America?
No, that's one of the countries I've never been.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, as an American, you don't know a goddamn thing about America. You've got a bunch of
You're living in
hold
Midwest, right?
hold the phone. You've got a bunch of rosy-eyed visions.
You live in the Midwest, right?
You've got a bunch of rosy-eyed visions about what the West is, about what America is, because
Yeah, I
you've
know.
been fucking living in a restrictive
Yeah,
environment your whole life. You need to understand, America is a poor-ass country. It is a third-world country wearing a Gucci belt. We suck.
Well, that's just simply not true by statistics, just by buying power of average American citizen.
No, you know what? It's not true by statistics because you just said you won't accept any statistics that don't agree with your narrative. Because anytime I try to come up with some statistics that don't, I did. They're on the screen right now, and you don't. You said you don't accept them because you can't tell who's collecting the information.
So you say America is third world country, like let's say Chad in Africa or something like that. That's just wild. That's just simply not true, and you know it yourself, right? If you
I
want to
didn't
Google
say America's
something,
Chad. I said we're a third world country,
yeah,
which means we
third world
suck at
country is
healthcare.
Chad.
It means
Or
we
what?
have
What do you
fucking
mean by that?
shitty roads. You know what, motherfucker? Let me just go to Google Street View, and I'll show you America.
I mean, I've seen America. I got like an
No,
American.
you haven't. You have not seen America.
I have
Not
an
real America. You ain't
American,
seen real
let's say,
America.
friend. Yeah,
I can
okay.
tell from this conversation you ain't seen real America.
Yeah, you can show me, but I can tell you one thing while you're showing me, okay? If you don't mind. I understand that you are from Midwest, right? If I'm good with geography or not.
I'm actually from the deep south, but I lived in the
That's
Midwest
deep
for quite a
south,
while.
all right. So, like, one of my colleagues from my one of online jobs is from Midwest, and I've seen a lot of her town and her city. She lives next to, how is it called, like Twin Cities in the Midwest, right? You probably know. Yeah, and I don't know, it's fucking wonderful. I love it. It's very good
the
neighborhood.
Twin Cities is great. Twin
Yeah.
Cities is dope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you show that? I can
'Cause
tell you
that's
one
not
thing
real
to
America.
Google if you want to Google
'Cause that's
something.
that's not what most people's experience of America is. I don't want to show you the Twin Cities and the beautiful fucking towers. I want to show you Sterlington, Louisiana. It's just a random town I selected. Alrighty. Let's look. Alright. That looks like a fairly modern house. Alright, that's not too bad. It's not too bad, not too bad. Let's see. See if we can, oh, here we go. Now we're back in a hauler. Alright. So, I mean, shitty old house from the 70s, shitty old cars from the 70s. Let's see. Shitty old fences. A church that's probably been there since the 30s.
There's literally no pavement at all.
Yeah, notice none of this is paved.
No
This
infrastructure.
Not
like that at all.
Yeah, but like how many people live here? I don't know. 20?
Cars from the 70s.
Probably, honestly, unironically, between 500 to like 2 to 3, maybe 5,000 people.
Yeah, all right.
Honestly, my roads, like right when I was walking back, when I was muted for a while, like even some of the sidewalks I was walking on, that's new as of like 3 years ago. That used to be gravel just like that shit. Until one of my more progressive lefty mayors, more socially, leading mayors, ended up actually putting a lot of infrastructure projects and housing projects here around here and uplifted, where I'm living here and actually made it a better place. Like there's better infrastructures, pedestrian ways and stuff like that. And, like it's a really generally like a good space, and less dangerous. Like there was times where I'm walking back from the bar, here come back home, and I would almost get damn run over because there's no sidewalk to the road. It's just gravel and then kind of an asphalt road-ish, kind of.
Yeah, I'm not saying like there are no poor people in America, right? I never said that, and there are no poor neighborhoods or something like that. But there's also like, I don't know, if you're working for minimum wage, you can live better than this. I hope you can agree with that, right?
Then why aren't these people living better than this?
Because they're not working. Most of them not working.
Well, okay. Now I've been hearing a little bit of this, and I've been wanting to step in for a minute now. And I kind of, because I'm a union worker. One of my first jobs was a union job. United Food Commercial Workers Local 555. I'm an official, certified union trade guy, and even with my trade and at the last bit of wage that I was making before I lost my job with the company I was working for, I was making $21.53 an hour, and even that is like a couple dollars well above minimum wage, and even that was not sufficing enough, to sustain ourselves here. When it comes to just the general standard of living, like even not just bare minimum wage, but even like like even a union wage job can be a wage that will make you struggle sometimes. Not because that it's not a bad wage. It is. It's a good wage, but like it's because our economy, our the inflation, all these other factors are making it harder even for like former or
Yeah, but
concurrent
you understand
union
that the
workers.
economy
Like
is bad everywhere, right? Like it's not like
yeah, like here in
somewhere
this
people.
country, it is pretty fucked. I've been like off and on trying to find jobs and stuff for like this past year, like because of how fucked it's been. And it's been a
Mhm.
little harder, since and now, hey, I'm doing sandwiches stuff, but hey, like at the subway, but that's good enough. I'm fine with that, but it's not necessarily what I want to do, but better than nothing because, at this point, you just got to get what you get, because it's that fucked. And there's so many people being laid off. It's just that hard even to find like, a fast food gig or even like, a trade gig. It's pretty difficult, at least here in Portland specifically, unless you're like in the IT industry or the cannabis industry or some like the like research development of like AI industry, like you're kind of fucked a little bit. You're pretty much like at the gig economy kind of shit, when it comes to like doing bare minimal jobs, and that's fucked. Like
Mhm.
we don't really have much going on out here, unfortunately, not just here in Portland, but just in the country in general, because we don't have like an actual manufacturing and a worker base here to uplift, our general working populace. And also union protections to help, have a voice and back them up too.
Yeah, if you want to like share something from Google and think, maybe you can share the Rotterdam, the town in England, and I'm just curious, do people like even know that it happened and what they think? Why did it happen? And
What
like,
are you talking about now?
there's a town in England called Rotterdam, and it's pretty famous, let's say, at least from like people I talk to, right? But I also think that it's not muchly talked about on internet. I don't know. I can send
Yeah, I mean,
you the name of the town.
I
Yeah,
guess I've
can
heard
you
of
like
it, but
Google
I've
for
never
it? Can you Google
Yeah,
for
I'm
it?
not
made
too
And
familiar
sure.
with it either.
or I can give you like a Wikipedia page. I don't know, just for general information. Because the thing is kind of wild for me because it never was on use even in Russia. Because they will be ready to jump on it in Russia for sure. You think, right? Because it's in England, and Russian government are like in not on good terms with England, but it was never mentioned anywhere. And I'm just kind of like interested what you guys think.
So we're looking up the city of Rotterdam.
Rotterdam, no, not Rotterdam, Rotterdam.
Spell it for me.
ROTH.
Rotterdam,
Yeah.
Netherlands.
DR.
Yeah.
Ham.
Oh, okay. You can see why I was confused, though.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's in Netherlands, isn't it,
Town in
Rotterdam?
South Yorkshire, England. Okay. Rotterdam is a market town in South Yorkshire, England. It lies at the confluence of the River Rother, from which the town
Yeah,
gets its
that's
name.
not exactly what I was talking about, but that's the town, I guess. Yeah. So there's like over 1,000 children at very least were sexually abused in this town, in this very small populated town, and it's kind of got famous for that, I guess.
I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
I mean,
I'm sorry. I feel lost.
I sent you a link on the Discord. You can open that if you want to.
Let me see here. Yeah, this is the town I was just looking at, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. This is literally the town I was just looking at, but let's see. So, late 1980s until 2013, group-based child exploitation is estimated 1,400 girls, commonly from care home backgrounds, town of 97, 2015. Oh, okay. I get the point here. So I
No,
was
there is
right.
no
You
point.
are scared of black. I was right. You are scared of brown people.
No, I
No
live
wonder
in
you care
multinational.
about this.
Uh
You wouldn't give a
what's
shit
going on
about this.
now?
You get
How you?
motherfucker.
Wow.
You telling me you care about the Catholic fucking pedos? You don't.
Of course I do. Of course I do.
No,
I'm
you
atheist.
fucking don't. No,
Of
you
course I
fucking
do.
don't.
Of course I don't. What do you mean?
I mean,
That
you
wasn't.
don't fucking. I mean, this is literally.
Well,
you're
how about
only
this? Well,
bringing this up
I'll
as an
say here's
example.
qualifier. What do you think should be done about it?
It
I mean,
should be
if it-
investigated. All the criminals must be under arrest, and also all the people that responsible of this to be going to happening, like not stopping it, right? Because there was multiple like I'm talking like hundreds of police reports that were like put down, and the case was shut down on many victims because it was like labeled as it will be racist for us to go for it, so it will be like a suicide to go for it as like a prosecutor, right?
Mm.
So that's why it was like in silence for like literally many years, right?
So, just
Do you
for
think
anyone
it-
listening to this, criminal proceedings and convictions. Criminal proceedings are ongoing and expected to continue until 2027. The Independent Inquiry into Childhood Sexual Abuse said assumptions that abuse had fallen since high-profile cases in Rotherham and Rockdale were flawed, and that children were still being sexually exploited in all parts of England and Wales in the most degrading and destructive ways. So there is like a big giant section on the Wikipedia article about all of the different prosecutions that have been happening.
Yeah,
in connection to
they
this.
were stopped for many years, and if you get like one case, like any case, you can see that it was on hold of like 15-20 years, and then it was unpaused, and it happens regularly there.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is
Well,
literally the case with
I'll say this real quick. I
everything.
think I would argue that the reason why is because of the influence of the church and their money, because of their power that they have over different politicians and
I mean, I'm
politics.
not
And
arguing there's also a lot of like scandals with pedophilia in Catholic Church and stuff, right?
yeah,
I read quite a lot about it, and it's happening not only in Catholic Church, just saying, also here too, not just to that degree, I guess, but it's just not putting down this case too, right? It's not making it easier or better anyhow, right?
definitely not.
It's just terrifying for me personally that it's like first world country with good healthcare, with good everything, and it's not Chad again, right? And was happening for many years, for like 20, 30, 40 years. It was happening regularly, and cases were put down and shut, and
Yeah, I
nobody
mean,
did
like,
anything about that.
yeah, I mean that sucks, but it's like just in my mind, it's just like a giant pattern of this sort of crime getting covered up. Like it gets covered up by all kinds of different groups. That's why I said you're just using it as a cudgel, because like I think the only, and
I don't
maybe
know that
you'll
word,
say I'm wrong.
sorry.
Hold on, just let me talk. Stop interrupting me. Maybe you'll say I'm wrong on this, but I genuinely believe that the only reason you care about this is because Pakistani men were involved and because it happened in Britain and you think it's convenient to a racist narrative. Maybe there's another reason, but I think that's the only fucking reason, because the fact of it is, pedophilia is one of the most covered up crimes, because being even connected to it in any way is such a fucking badge of dishonor, and rightfully so, that people are like almost incentivized in certain institutions to cover it up. And because it happens so often in connection with positions of power, that creates even further perverse incentives. So like this type of shit gets covered up all the time. Look at the Epstein files. I don't know if there's been a lot of coverage of that over in Russia, but over here in America, we've been reeling with the fact that basically everybody connected to a major position of power in the last 20 years was helping Epstein fuck kids and helping
And
his
arguably
clients
even longer
fuck
than that
kids.
too.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, that's terrifying for me too. Like, that doesn't
And that's
matter
here in
anything.
America. Great capitalist utopia that we are.
And I want to add to it, like I would say that a lot of these like rich elite motherfuckers too, like including even from like Russia to China and etc. They probably all have like some sort of a tap in on that type of shit too. Arguably, like there's like a neo-royalist like shit going on. Arguably, in my opinion, not to get too like tinfoil hat mode, but I'm just like knowing how like there's such a like collaborative effort, even with like Trump with like Putin or like with China or the shit with Iran, etc. It just seems a little weirdly like almost like Habsburgian, like World War I pre, style, like
I'm
royalist
gonna let you guys
bullshit.
argue for a second. I'm gonna go pee and get me a drink.
Yeah, no worries. But no,
Yeah,
I
I
mean
was just
I mean overall, this is kind of how I feel, at least in general, because it's like, I mean, knowing how, no matter what, these type of higher ups, regardless of the outcomes, to the lower classes of these, countries, respectively, whether it's U.S., Russia, etc. Like, I mean, they seem to always, be the ones who are, always making the bank and being up on top, regardless. So it's like, why is it they always have, these things happening for their personal interests, but yet make it out for everyone else to be like, oh, it's actually not really so good and stuff, like, with what's going on. And I'm just like, to me, it just seems a little oddly convenient to an extent, just in the sense that it's, there is like a certain level of hostility, to a degree, but just enough in the sense to help wrap around and like divide and conquer and like pick up the scraps and like kind of pick up like chunks of the world and pick the pieces up of like
I
what.
mean, exactly. I mean, that's why it was kind of fascinating to me that
Mm,
as soon as I brought up this case, right, that you guys didn't know, and I just wanted to like just to spread information maybe because it's terrifying for me personally. You were exactly like, okay, you are right wing, like extremist, or I don't know, like jumping on me. I mean, not you, but your friend, right, on the call, uh, which is like kind of the same. If you will bring like, okay, but what about Epstein files? And I will say, oh my God, you're just left wing communist, anything like that, right? But it's just not true. Like Epstein files
mm,
are bad and Rotterdam is bad, and that's why I am personally libertarian. I don't want to associate with this left wing or right wing. Like for me, it's just like a different coverage for the same book,
mm.
basically.
Yeah. And that's like, even me being like kind of an anarchist lefty type myself, like I'm very libertarian in that sense too, because like I don't want a government or any government in general, like, doing shit like this, or at least, cover up stuff like this. Like, arguably, it should be trying to cover up and defend, the general, broader working people that are their constituency. Like, it should, like, there should be a higher standard for people that are in power like this. And there just isn't. And,
Yeah,
like,
but
that's something that I want to at least, see as like a element of like, hey, there needs to be this baseline standard of like, you can't just get away with, certain shit, whether it's just like,
but
tax
that will
avoidance
happen. That's from my perspective. That will happen anyhow with left or right if it has too much power. Like it doesn't matter. Left or right, it will bring to corruption and it will bring to covering up. Like remember, like Chernobyl or whatever happened in the U.S. Like strong government will always
or like Three
cover
Mile
its
Island. Like that was
mistakes.
kind of our equivalent of Chernobyl or 3 Mile Island a little bit. Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah,
So
because I understand with that. Yeah, because like, I mean, it kind of goes back to absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that's why there always needs to be a sense of check and balance and some level of the, average people having a voice and being the broader check, to balance the power a little bit. It's not as simple as like trusting the power itself to check itself, when it comes to like a judicial branch, or like a legislative branch here, like, in the US or however any other government, figures out. Like there needs to be, the working people and the people themselves having a direct voice to say, outside of just voting, or protesting, being saying like, hey, like you're kind of fucking up a little bit. You're, like, hey, we're catching some fraud. You're doing this shit. You're avoiding, some, this kind of shit because you're, having like some crazy little sex scandal, like the Epstein file shit, right? Like, so it's like there needs to be a proper check, where the broader people have a genuine voice to say like, no, this is wrong, and we can override, this kind of shit to an extent to say like, no, like we are going to, prosecute this because it, we understand that this is fucking wrong. And,
mm,
and that's also why, especially with like the No Kings protests, because I was out there earlier tonight with that shit, being like, hey, like it might be just kind of a one-off thing, especially if No King stuff is a little bit more of a liberal-esque kind of protest that happens here in the U.S. It's the third time it's happened out here, but I mean, there's a lot of people that'll stick around, at least here in Portland, when it comes to like ICE, and going to that place with the facilities that we have here in our city. being a little rabble rousey. Like there was a lot of fun shit actually that kind of happened with that a little bit. I mean, fun in the sense of a little good trouble kind of antics. Definitely not necessarily liberal whatsoever, but it's stuff like that that makes me kind of like proud in the sense of like we're challenging that. We're letting them know that like, hey, we might not have a direct like governmental political voice, but we have enough of a right, to say that we're going to make our voice fucking known, and maybe we're skirting the line, but that's good and that's okay. That's the whole point of that freedom of expression, the freedom of protest, to be able to say like we can skirt that line and skirt the edge a little bit, and fuck around and find out a little bit, and that's all right, to an extent, because we know how the authorities work. They're going to crack down on that shit. They were doing that earlier tonight, a couple different times, and it's not really unusual to me, and it's something I expect. That's why I think the good trouble works, because they're always going to react like that, whether you're doing it or not. Because I've seen them do that shit and worse, even if no one is doing that good trouble kind of shit. They're just, doing their thing peacefully, and then all of a sudden tear gas being thrown out. It was just one of the few times where they never did that shit, maybe throwing pepper balls here and there, but that was about it, basically. So, I mean, every now and then, shit like that really does have value, to be able to say, like, hey, you can't stop us. We're always going to be here. And, if anything, even local laws and local judicial processes are making you stop what you're doing because it's just so above the fray that now you can't do that shit, even when we're being just as rabble-roused as we were before. Because the ICE agents here and DHS here in Portland, with the landowner that that's being leased off where they're at, they're been getting fines and getting a bunch of shit. And there's a whole court procedure here locally in Malotna County here in Portland, Oregon, where at this point they can't be doing this shit unless they want to rank up more of the fines, because it's something that it's a process of being able to challenge their power a little bit, and that's a good thing. It's one of the very few things that are very liberal local, like county politics, are actually doing to challenge ICE around here, which it's something. I wish it was a lot more, but hey, I mean, better than nothing. I'll say that much.
Yeah. Your speech was a bit long. I kinda lost my thought too a bit, but you said like in the very beginning that it was very important to kind of have a balance and shit, right?
Of course, like, yeah.
So yeah. So what you guys think about banning, let's say, right-wing candidates and parties, political alliance in Europe? How do you guys think about that? Because some say they're too radicals, that's why they were banned. Is it still freedom of speech, or is it too much? What do you guys think?
I feel like I feel like I might be wrong on this, because I definitely experience a lot of pushback from other lefties, but I'm a free speech absolutist. I think one of the few things that America does get right is the fact that you can be whatever you want over here, from a crazy radical left trans lady like me to a crazy right-wing Nazi like Nick Fuentes. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about this country, although they are slowly but surely trying to restrict the freedom of speech of people on the left here in America. It hasn't quite happened yet. Trump has signed some very ineffectual executive orders, but they haven't actually led to any convictions or any arrests as far as I know. So,
Don't you think, just a quick question, that it was kind of the same thing, but in the opposite side, when leftists were in power with Biden, Obama, there was no pressure on press and everything?
I wouldn't really necessarily say they were lefties. I mean, they were definitely liberals, but I mean, because at least I know me and Phoebes are no fans of them and their administrations. At least I know for a fact I'm not. Really, realistically, I would say the closest thing I would say that was kind of lefty-ish was, at least for Obama, would probably be like the loosening of our embargoes of Cuba, and then like being somewhat critical of Israel at the end of his tenure at the second term, like in 2014, 2015. But I mean, he was kind of a backstabbing motherfucker. Like, he didn't really do what was supposed to be like lefty progressive shit. Like, he had a supermajority at the very beginning of his first term and did nothing with it. I mean, and that, especially growing up for myself, I didn't really realize it at the time because I was a kid, at that point. But once I graduated high school and I was an adult, like that was the very end of the tenure of Obama's term, and shit with being president for his second term. And I was like, like, what the fuck? This guy's kind of shit. Well, wow, like this party is actually kind of ass. Republicans are definitely no better because they led to this point, because I realized how terrible Bush was and Reagan was, and realizing how bad their politics were and what led us, kind of where we're at. And we just didn't really have anything, quantifiable for someone like me, especially, moving forward with that, because I would argue that like the closest to a true lefty president would, that we've had any time, from now in any point in America's history would realistically probably be FDR. And even then, he's got problems. He's got like the internment camps with the Japanese and shit. It's like, I mean, he's not like fucking flawless either, or a lefty saint himself. But
plus, he was a fucking cripple. Let's not forget that.
That's kind of
Jesus.
That's kind of the same thing that I've heard for some right-wing people, that right-wing candidates are not right at all, let's say. So the same thing you say for leftist candidates, right? That Obama and Biden are not left at all, like how you want them to be left. So it's kind of like they're backstabbing like both sides, let's say, but you still collide with righties instead of like, let's say, of people that really screw you over with like this theater
or like the actual constituency of the people too, and their own party too.
I'm just saying that like Democratic Party did everything possible to lose to Trump. That I would say, from my point of perspective.
Yeah.
Don't disagree with that.
Like it was kind of impossible, but they did it. I don't know. I think they kind of like once.
Hillary literally sabotaged the fucking primary in 2015, literally trying to be like, oh, I want Trump to be my, general electoral, primary person, whatever, and thinking that she would just have a landslide and it would be on lock. Hillary was popping the champagne and everything and celebrating before the fucking election results were in, and then slam dunk. She lost, like without a shadow of a doubt, and it's like, wow, she was so confident and sabotaged it so much to have him be the nominee, basically. So she thinks she would just like walk it over, oh yeah, I got it. I'm Queen Hillary. I earned it. Bitch, no, you didn't.
Bro, Hillary Clinton.
I'm gonna call it. She's gonna run in the primaries in 2028. I'm calling it now.
I mean, you're still thinking like very strong about it, even though for me,
Hello, BB. Hello.
No, I'm sorry. I keep trying to add.
Sorry. I just had to butt in on that for a second. So my bad.
No, it's fine. I just kept trying to like signify, hey, I want to turn. And
you're good.
No, but all I wanted to say was Hillary Clinton literally donated to Donald Trump's 2015 campaign when he was running the Republican primaries, and that's what Ignar was just referencing. He would be a weaker candidate. She somehow believed that Trump would be the weakest Republican candidate that she could possibly face off against. And the night of the election, the New York Times forecasted a 95% chance that she won the election.
Yeah, I remember that actually. Yeah,
literally. Everybody was so wrong.
I just wanted to say to you before you went away from keyboard, right? That you kind of like jump at me instantly with like, oh, I mentioned this Rotterdam, right? Since I must be super fascist, right? I see you through, right? Even though when you mentioned like pedophile, Epstein Island and things like that, I'm not jumping at you, right? And for me, it's kind of like the same thing, but I'm just saying that.
You're right. I was a little aggressive.
No, it's not about me. I'm not hurt myself. I'm good. Don't worry. But I'm just saying that kind of what I realized myself to my age. Let's say that people have much more in common between each other, even though you are super left wing and I'm anti-left wing. Let's say I'm not exactly right, but I just don't want communism. Let's say because for my reasons, right? And even though we have much more in common. You and me, than previous politicians, regardless left or right.
Senda, I just want to say you're 100% right, and also, when Americans say they're afraid of communism, it's because they're retarded and think communism is anything that's left of Reagan, literally. But when Russians say they're against communism, it's because they have direct experience with a particular flavor of state communism that fucked you guys over. And I am not a Stalinist, I am not a tanky, and you will never hear me defending authoritarian communism. My ideal model for society involves people coming together under egalitarian terms, as co-equals, and taking equal share in the productivity and beauty that society has to offer and that this planet has to offer. But any kind of system that wants to enforce like a specific vision on all of its people at the end of a gun, that society is doomed to fail just from resentment of the people.
I mean, I'm coming from the same points. I'm just going in different directions with same points. That's what I'm seeing, because I'm taking all the same points that you do and going to libertarianism, and you're going like more left, let's say.
Yeah, but that's why these conversations are important, because we find out where we agree and where we disagree, right?
And by the way, I just wanted to say that you mentioned your friend that he was too young when Obama was in power. Well, I was still young, but I was already in university. I just can tell you my experience in Russia about Obama. I went into a protest against Putin here, and I got my teeth beaten out. I'm not sure how to say it right, I'm sorry, in English. But I lost like my 2 front teeth that I had to replace. And I went to jail for like 2 weeks. And it's still much better because now I will go for 10 years for the same thing. And at the same time, Obama was shaking Medvedev, that puppet of Putin, president of the time, hand in the Kremlin at the same time. So I'm kind of like, it's such a hypocrisy for me to I don't know, to say Obama is like liberal or something like that.
I'll say I think it would love a good song called "Have You Been in Jail for Justice" by Anthony, because I was just literally thinking about that when you said that shit. I'm just like, cause fuck, even during Trump's initial administration, and then like even during Biden's administration, I've been in jail for justice, once before, and man, it was an experience. I'll say that much, because I wouldn't want to go for it again, but it was definitely one of those things. Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind going for it again in the sense, and in fact, it's like, hey, if I have to, I will. But so, like, I wouldn't necessarily wish on anyone because it was shitty. I had to sit in the cell for like 12 fucking hours. It was terrible, and that jail food was awful. It was horrible. The only thing that was good was like this little like brownie peanut butter cake thing, and I was like, all right, I'm keeping this, and I'm hoarding this, I'm just saving this for myself and just eating this later because like, ugh, everything sucks. This is the only thing that tastes good. It was awful. I mean, because even out here, man, like it's kind of the same thing. Like, I saw a few different people even tonight, get arrested for justice, for what's going on, like, because when you speak your mind to, the system and the regime, whoever happens to be running it at that time, I mean, yeah, they're not going to like it. When it comes to violence or like power being obstructed, from the bottom up, the power that is from the top down is not going to like that, and they will use a lot of force, to suppress that.
Yeah,
I mean, no matter what.
That's how I don't agree with you guys, because you say all the things and I agree, but then you say we want strong government that will take care of our education, healthcare, and everything like that, and with our tax money and something, right? And maybe like what we dig.
Yeah, because I mean the
for
government
me, it just leads to corruption anyway, and any power wants more power. In the end, any power will get censorship on you. Any power will enforce
I'll say
laws that will help it to stay at power.
Well, I'll say at least what ought to be strong government is, what is good for the people, and and those baselines like having basic quality of healthcare, even like a basic quality of living, and even if one maybe can't afford it, having at least basic amenities to food and water, stuff like that. I mean, these should be basic necessities and basic standards that people should be able to have, because we need that to live, live in the society that we live in, like, so,
right.
I mean, these are
That's
things
what
that are necessities.
Soros says,
So
basically.
yeah, like, I mean, and our government should be strong in be enforcing on maximizing that as much as possible. And there definitely needs to be checks and balances to make sure that that doesn't get corrupted, for sure. I mean, I won't discourage that, but
Here's
because our government shouldn't be strong in the sense of being imperialistic or like fucking around and meddling in the affairs of other nations and geopolitical affairs or other stuff.
Yeah,
Like, it
but
should be for the
them
it should be for the people.
feet, they take them out, right? Like it happens every time. If you search for like human history, every time it happens,
here.
it will take more power when they can. Every opportunity, every regime wants to stay. Doesn't
Sure.
matter if it cares for
I
people or
mean,
not.
yeah, that's why even
Here's
within
the thing.
unions, I mean, like, hey, there's been plenty of union heads and leaders, despite being very rabble rousy and aggressive and radical as they are. Like, there's been a few that are corrupted. There's been sometimes where the unions have worked with the fucking mob before. I mean, like, even when it comes to the power of labor, sometimes there's corruption there too. But there's also and hence why the checks and balances are always something that needs to be so important, when it comes to stuff like that, because even
I
with
just
stuff,
want to say,
even in that element, you always want to make sure there's some check in place to make sure that there ain't no corruption going on.
I just want to add to this conversation by saying, like, government at its core is supposed to be a contract between, like, the collective of society on how we coordinate the things that have to be done for society as a concept to work. Like, and like, you can, I think, have a society eventually that doesn't have what we would call like a government, but I think that has to be built towards. And until we build out the infrastructure that allows us to transition to a stateless society, we need to use the state in furtherance of like coordinating the collective interest of mankind, starting with whatever country you live in. Like, we have to build the roads somehow, and we have to people have to get healthcare somehow. People have to have
a fire department, like, we need someone to put out the fires.
There has to be some organization. Even a capitalist society has to have a government, because there has to be some organization that enforces contracts. So even a capitalist
I'm not
anarchist.
I'm not anarchist. I'm just saying.
Well, I am, but I recognize the utility of government in the transition towards an anarchist society.
I mean, I wouldn't call you anarchist then, but up to you, I guess, if you want to call it that way. Because for me, anarchist is I don't want any government at all.
If like how you define an anarchist is like someone living outside of government control, then there are no anarchists. Then like that, but it's a theory position. It's like
I mean, does exist
goal to be strived
normally.
for. It's a natural. It's like it's a logical endpoint of the axioms that I hold. It's like how if you look at a right-wing Republican, they might not be a Nazi, but if you really look at the things they believe in and what that eventually leads to, you extrapolate it out to the logic where it could actually be taken to its furthest extremes, what you eventually end up with is a fascist state. I, as a leftist, recognize that the immediate path to my goals is market socialism, a system wherein the government coordinates the needs, whole of society through collective action via taxes and public accountability. But the end point of my logic, public accountability, worker democracy, etc., is an anarcho-syndicalist society wherein people have equilateral representation in their workplaces and communities and are able to participate directly in the building of their own lives.
So you want to give power to government to like build this society and then step away when it's not needed?
Basically, yeah.
I just don't see how it happens in my logic, but
a lot of people don't. Well, listen. Hey, Sidna, if I give you anything, it's this. Hey, we can all agree that authoritarianism is a problem, and we also agree that no one sees how we can use the government to build a post-government society. Nobody sees the path.
I
I lose
just
that shit.
I just don't see how government with that power of building that society would step away without revolution, let's say, from people and retaliation. Like, it's
Maybe
not an
eventually
easy
it
thing
would.
to.
Maybe eventually it would
I
be
kind of
like,
want to bring to at least a little bit the anarchist point that EMP was mentioning, like, because I
yeah,
know one thing that I want to mention is that, like, at least from my personal philosophy, I'm sure maybe people might agree, is that government should be or at least especially when it comes to an anarchist style kind of philosophy, the idea of government should be about minimalizing hierarchy. It should minimize as that as much as possible in the sense of trying to equalize, people in the sense like we all have that equal opportunity of being what we want to be, so to speak. And yeah, obviously there's going to be some level of hierarchy. I mean, we need a government, we need some level of that. Obviously, that's going to be a thing, but we can minimalize it and streamline it in a sense to where it's not like this authority that, like, hey, we got a problem and maybe we want to protest. Now they're going to fucking tear gas us or crack us, down or some shit, or even shoot us. Like, well, they Penn State massacre or all sorts of other countless places, where shit like that's happened. Or even now, like, with Myanmar or Iran or anywhere else, if you want to, like, mention shit like that. Like,
I mean, it's fascinating
like,
to hear you guys saying basically libertarian take sometimes, from time to time. For example, now, that's basically a very libertarian take in my eyes, and I'm not against it. Yeah, I can
yeah. I
write
mean,
it
like
down.
that's the thing. You were just talking about how we see more eye to eye than we would, than the media would have us believe, right?
I mean, that's absolutely. That's why maybe you shouldn't be that aggressive. I mean, maybe that's part of a show that you're trying to do
That's
or
part of the
something.
show. Yeah. Well, that's what I
Okay.
was saying earlier. That's what I was saying earlier is that, well, let me explain two things. Number one, I am a content creator, and while we only have 18 viewers right now, we peaked at around 75, 100, something like that. And normally we've got quite a few people in here. I'm kind of known for being brash and very in your face with my opinions. I try to match energies to the best of my ability, but when I start getting passionate, I'm very willing to let myself go there. And that is a result of the second thing I'll explain, which is the brashness tendency in American politics. This is something that we inherited from British politics, but we took it way further. Americans love to scream and yell and be angry about the things.
very loud and blunt. Yeah.
Yeah, all you have to do is watch some footage of an American protest to get an impression for just how loud and vitriolic.
Or just like the Tea Party, or like Occupy Wall Street, or even like old school shit like the Haymarket Affair, or like fucking Harlan County, USA, like that documentary, or anything, like we are always known for being loud, abrasive, and rebellious motherfuckers in one way, shape, or form, regardless 100%. Of politics. Like we're just always known for that. I mean, even me, like my quiet voice. This is my quiet voice right here. Like my normal voice is right here. I'm booming. I always boom. Like, I mean, like that's just how we are out here. Like we're just booming. Like, hey, what's up, motherfuckers? What's up, hey, everybody? Like that's just how Americans are.
Listen, there's a reason why you always recognize an American tourist.
Yeah.
Like, walking around
I mean,
Moscow,
I've seen a
lot. They're just loud as fuck.
Yeah, that's true. What else flags behind you, by the way?
Oh, fair enough.
Oh, my flag. Oh, well, honestly, this is kind of a knockoff of like the Bolshevik red banner, but it's a syndicalist, like kind of French lefty style, whereas the anarcho-syndicalist variation. And one next to it is an Americana version where it's got like the 13 stars, but same symbol around it. And then it's it's based off of this mod called from a game called Hearts of Iron called Kaiserreich, and depending on how you play like the American Second Civil War that happens in that game, or at least with that mod, these are some flags that you can have. So I was like, you know what, I'm a flag nut anyway. I love flags, so yeah, I just have them in the background just because they're nice. So I used to have this one, more in the background, but everyone kept asking if it was like a Confederate flag or like, are you a Maga guy? Like, I just kept getting too many questions about it, so I just flipped them around. So it's like, hey, at least this one's more obvious. You know what I
It
mean?
was obvious that it's not a Confederate flag to me, but it can be a good bait for viewers, right? For viewership. If you
Yeah,
want
for
to.
That's
sure.
true, yeah. No, honestly, this actually did work as some bait, for a little bit. Where every so often, where I'm just chilling here, and some people be like, "You Trump guy," because I would have like some kind of redneck-ish, kind of look sometimes,
Yeah, you
and
stack like that.
people just
Yeah.
would assume so, and I'm like, "Oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, totally." But they just wouldn't know honestly until it was a little too late. I'm like, "Yeah." It's kind of
Mhm.
fun, especially when it comes to trolling, because I've been doing shit like that for a long time when it comes to fucking around, especially right wing people. Like my first old school like trolling, like gems that I did was back in like 2007. Like this how far I've been, doing this shit. Like where it was some actual fucking Nazis. I think maybe from like fucking Iowa. I don't even remember. Like their profiles on YouTube at the time were literal like a swastika, their background. This is like on YouTube where you can have like your own personal like background shit and customize it all you want. Like the good old days, like the Wild West, good classic days. Like, oh man, I wish we had it. But anyway, I digress. But it's like, I mean, at least with these motherfuckers, it was just Nazi shit through and through everywhere. And I was like, oh, even my little like 9 to 10 year old little ass was like, I'm gonna troll you motherfuckers. Like, cause even then I was like, I wasn't aware of politics, but I was like, you know what, fuck Nazis even then. And I just would troll the shit out of it. And I swear to God, they did not know I was a kid. Like, I think they thought I was just an adult that was just not like literate as much because, I'm a kid, so whatever. But, like, I just think that was what they thought because they kept banning me, but I would just make little sock accounts at the time and just kept trolling them. And oh man, it was so beautiful because they would get so fucking mad. They would like because you can directly like message people at the time with your YouTube channels back in the day, and they would be the messages. Like I wish I could remember at least a few of them.
I mean,
Or
I can totally relate because I kind of was doing that when I was like in university or high school with like Putin supporters and stuff. That was beautiful thing to
Mhm.
draw. So, yeah, not that fun nowadays, I would say, and not that safe too.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on the front lines, but now I kind of like to be in the background at that point. I mean, I'll play around with it like on my streams sometimes when I get trolls and shit, but I'm just at this point where I'm like, ugh. I've done my time. I'm not so much like that
Can you
anymore.
ask you guys like few questions, like maybe like rapid fire or something, if
Yeah,
you don't
shoot
mind?
it.
Who's the best American president in history?
We're both gonna agree on that one. FDR.
Yeah, I
I'm
even
sorry,
said it
FDR.
earlier.
Can you say the full name? I'm not familiar.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Rose. Okay, okay.
Yeah, the
And
second Roosevelt.
From
what
what
about
1920 what like 24 to 1943.
5.
Well, yeah, okay, 45. Yeah, because I know he passed away at some point, due to
Way at like the very end of the war. Yeah.
yeah, then Truman. Yeah, because he had like another vice president before then until his fourth term, and then Truman was the vice president on his fourth term because
Mm-hmm.
reasons.
Second question.
Yeah. Well, by the way, people kind of say that's the reason why Truman won those elections, but maybe I'm not educated on American history, so maybe I get it very wrong. And what do you think about like Charlie Kirk and his murder? Is it
Oh,
retaliation against government? Is it murder? What do you think?
I always have this boilerplate thing that I say about it, and I'll say it here and I'll explain it. I think Charlie Kirk was a backwards, bigoted moron, but he nevertheless did not deserve to be shot dead like a dog on the street. I think that assassination is always a bad look. I think that it's not good praxis. If you look at assassinations throughout history, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated by a racist white supremacist who believed that he would destroy the movement for black liberation and civil rights by killing its most prominent leader. He was wrong. Martin Luther King Jr.'s death ended up being um, the impetus that President Johnson needed to get the Fair Housing Act passed. If you look at the assassination of Medgar Evers, it was committed under similar auspices, wanted to crush the black civil rights movement in the 50s. That didn't work either. It ended up being the incentive for the first Civil Rights Act to get signed. Lots of assassinations have been tried throughout history. They have, all of them, to a one, led to the opposite of the intended effect. The assassination of Charlie Kirk was no doubt intended to deal a blow to the right-wing demagogue culture, and it hasn't. Erica Kirk just took his place, and MAGA rallied around him. So
you basically
I
are
pretty
just
much agree with that too. Yeah.
you
I
just
mean, I don't
saying
really care too much that he's dead or anything necessarily, but like, yeah, like he didn't deserve to die.
yeah, I
like
ain't gonna
pretty
cry
much
no
on like
salty
on the
tears
same
because
boat.
he's
You know?
dead, but I don't
Yeah,
think
I
I'll
he's
make a
mean,
joke
right.
here and there. I'll be edgy
yeah.
about it, but you know,
Yeah,
like
but
it
it's
shouldn't have
just interesting
happened.
that you guys say that basically, you say it's a bad thing to attempt to murder anyone, but then you say all the practical reasons why it's bad, not moral reasons why it's bad.
Well, I mean, like, I also think it's like, I think, like, okay, so let me explain that. I do think it's morally wrong to murder someone for thinking the wrong things or for saying the wrong things, unless they're advocating for genocide, which, as far as I know, Charlie Kirk never did. And he certainly might have been a useful idiot to some genocidal morons out there, but I don't think that qualifies him for a target on his back. Obviously, I guess I just think the moral arguments against killing somebody for the fucking things they have to say should be obvious. Like, of course, duh, of course you don't. Like, you talked to me earlier about freedom of speech, and I was saying I'm a freedom of speech
Yeah,
absolutist. So I think the morality behind it should just be obvious. Of course, you don't kill somebody for
I mean, you
disagreeing with
said
them or
unless
for having
genocide.
bad opinions. Of course, I just feel like the morality on that should be obvious. The pragmatic reasons are things that I think it's useful for me to bring up as a leftist to illustrate why I have both a principled moral reason for opposing it and a pragmatic strategy theory-based reason for opposing it.
All right, all right.
I also want to add real quick too. I mean, when it comes to something, even as an absolute freedom of speech myself too, because I agree with that as well. Like that doesn't necessarily mean a freedom of consequence either. Like if someone truly feels like, especially if you're like a genocide advocate or being a bigoted or like you're being like, oh, we took the foot pit, whatever, like if they're saying like some slurs and shit like at you in your face, like, hey, there's a consequence to that speech. You can say it, but hey, someone might, take such a defense where they might, give you a little
I
knuckle
mean,
sentence in
if
the
I
face.
call you
Like
names and
sometimes
you,
they'll do that.
if I call you names and you hit me in the face, I understand that, right? But if you shoot me, that's a complete difference, and I think.
Of
Well, for
course.
sure, yeah. Well,
Yeah, I think we would agree on
there's a
that.
line in the sand, when it comes to the reaction to shit like that, because hence why the freedom, like a speech, but it doesn't exclude the freedom of consequence, but that consequence shouldn't be death. I don't
As
agree
there are
with
many
that.
lefties that disagree with you guys on Charlie Kirk and think that he deserves, or is it just like bots that I'm reading?
Do what?
Like, do people disagree with you on that, on Charlie Kirk, and think that he deserves to be murdered, like among leftists?
There are some people on the left. I mean,
I've heard it every now and then. And I'm kind of like, nah, I get it. I understand where you're kind of coming from with that, but like, come on, nah. Like, hey, I don't really care that much. I'm not gonna like go fucking out of my way to defend him that much extensively, but hey, you know what? I mean, he didn't inherently deserve that shit. Like, he has his speech, but there's consequence to that at the end of the day. That's why he's out there at the college campuses. Like, hey, there can always be a college kid that can go up there and punch him in the face. If that was really, so offensive, he didn't have to be shot. You know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah. Speaking about that, what do you guys think about the Second Amendment and right to bear arms and all that stuff, and like school shooting?
Ignar, do you want to field that one first?
Well, for me personally, I'm a pretty pro gun Second Amendment loving person. I'm not going to show them off, obviously, but I got a couple. I'll just put it that way.
I mean, why obviously not show? Is it against YouTube or because of that or what?
Not just that, but also, it's just responsible. It would be stupid to just show it off.
No,
it would not be smart. Or say how many or this and that, I'll say this much.
I mean, it's very refreshing to hear because, like, seeing you guys outside, right? You can tell me all day how shitty America is and how you guys struggle to live there. But the thing that you guys can go online, say fuck Trump, and have a gun in your country is something that nobody can in the world, basically. About the
Oh well, I
leaders
mean,
and
like,
stuff.
well, that's what we were saying earlier. I mean, that's what I was saying at least earlier is that if America does one thing better than other countries, it's our freedom of speech protections. I mean, you pretty much can say
Yeah.
whatever the fuck you want over here.
I agree with that. I just wish that various different private company platforms would inherit to
Yeah,
that.
I mean, we are on YouTube, the most popular platform, and you can say many shit here.
Yeah,
That's
there's
very
certainly
true.
things I can't say here. But you asked a minute ago about Charlie Kirk, and I want to show you this little clip.
Yeah, sure.
And that's okay. Um,
Shit.
yeah. So you asked, was anyone like glad he died? Basically.
Yeah.
Oh, DFF, nice.
Okay.
So. Oh my god! Of course he is going to be this edgelord. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We know TJ, of course, is going to come in. Well, TJ is repugnant when it comes to stuff. I gotta say,
he always is.
Related. He is repugnant when it comes to.
He
stuff.
always is, bro. He always is.
I think because TJ knows when he.
So yes, to answer your question, there sure were. There sure was.
I mean, the only thing I watched from leftists at the time was this, actually, and I've never heard anything that you say from leftists. So that's very refreshing to hear you with a different stance.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there were definitely some people on the left that were pretty anti. They were pretty like. Let's just be real. A lot of people on the left were happy to see Charlie Kirk killed, but
TJ Kirk really fucking made a goddamn painting, stole that fucking shit, and someone bought that fucking thing. Like,
I was literally afraid that it opens.
He literally made a painting, depicting this shit.
I was literally afraid that it opens like a Pandora box, let's say, and political murders will become more habit, not from just leftist to right, but from right to left, right? And it's I'm glad that it didn't happen yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, I literally, Cinda, I was worried about the same fucking thing. I don't know if you watched my channel back then, but I remember when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I used to say, like, dude, man, this is going to lead to more. This is just setting up the environment to make this shit more commonplace. And there were a bunch of other assassinations in 2025, too. Like, there were 2 Democratic lawmakers that were killed, just like, killed by some dude. It's like there were other political assassinations that same year, but at least domestically there haven't been any political assassinations this year. Of course, we've assassinated a few people. Ayatollah Khomeini,
I mean,
others.
And then it's like son's fucking wife, daughter, and other shit.
Yeah,
like we assassinate pretty much like half of that fucking family. Like,
as far as domestic assassinations go.
What my friend from South Dakota says that tradition of political murders go long ago in the United States, right? That's not a new thing to happen.
Huh? No, yeah, no. It's not a new thing to happen. No. Political murders happen all the time in America. Not all the time, but yeah, I mean, they're
frequently
throughout history.
By the way, you never mentioned Kennedy as your favorite president, right? And I guess it's because Cuba and stuff, right?
Well, I mean, like, the reason why I cite FDR as being like the best president is because he was so transformational. There are so many elements of modern day America that are predicated on changes that FDR made. So that's why I cite him as the most. Like, honestly, Kennedy's interactions with Cuba are not really that problematic to me, especially if you compare him to like Donald Trump's interactions with Cuba. Like, Kennedy was a lot more measured with the Cuba situation than Trump is. I mean, really, the only issue with the whole Cuba thing was the idea that they were going to start putting missiles there. The idea that there were these like Russian ships coming over that looked like they had wartime material on them, and it was like this big, like the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was a, seen as a stain on his legacy by some people, but most people in America think that he dealt with that pretty gracefully. No nukes got sent by either country. Eventually, it was worked out, and no blood was shed, thank God. So I don't necessarily look at that as like some giant stain on Kennedy's legacy. Pretty much every American president since Kennedy has been worse on the matter of Cuba, except Obama. Maybe Obama was pretty nice.
Yeah, he was like pretty much the only one that like started loosening embargoes and shit, and then Trump pretty much like reversed all of that immediately in his first term, and Biden didn't do fuck all to change that. And now we're kind of back at that Cuban Missile Crisis again, but now it's just for literally no reason. Like we're just doing it because fuck them, basically. Like it's ridiculous. Like because now there's like Russian or like even other vessels that are trying to like put oil and other like like aid going over there, and we're blockading a lot of that shit now at this point because we're just basically starving them to death. And it's just like what the fuck for literally no reason now at this rate.
I just wanted to say that
the commies or something.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting. That's a bit of delay here too. Just keep it in mind, I'm not being rude. So it's kind of like interesting comprehension in my mind with all the Cuba situation, and that as far as we taught in school, at least, maybe I was right, that like United States put missiles next to USSR first, and then USSR put it next to United States in Cuba, and all that crisis began, right, basically. But also it kind of ties to the Ukrainian war right now, and I just want to point out that I'm very anti-Putin and I'm not supporting invasion in Ukraine. But also when you think about if literally NATO was saying that they want to include Ukraine into alliance, and they wanted missiles and anti-air systems, right, in Ukraine. That's for sure. Even if Russia was the most democratic country in the world, that will be a problem for Russia, right? It's not just because Putin is like not just because of Putin.
I actually kind of agree with you here. Now, like, I think the problem is it's made a little bit more complicated by the fact that Russia, well, at least like the Putin administration, I'm not going to say that it's the whole country, obviously, because it's obviously not the whole country. But like the government of Russia seems like it's been pretty dead set on conquering specific pieces of Ukrainian territory. And I think that has kind of made the issue sticky because it's enabled the West to sell trying to incorporate Ukraine into NATO as increasing security for Western Europe. So really, Ukraine is at the center of a power struggle between Russia and its desire to be like a sovereign nation and a world power and all that, and America and its desire to incorporate more of its interests and consolidate more of its wealth and power. And Ukraine has basically just like become like a battlefield between these two great powers.
Yeah, I will say I will add more that the whole Europe is kind of that way. It's no active wars, but it's basically
pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean,
it
sucks. It sucks for you guys. It sucks for Europeans. It sucks for Americans, but in probably the most removed way of all the involved parties. So it doesn't really suck for us all that much. It sucks for us mostly because of our like participation in this quagmire and our, in my opinion, unwillingness to engage in good faith diplomatically. I don't think that my country has negotiated in good faith diplomatically with a single fucking country in over 20 years. Not Russia, not Iran, not Europe, nobody.
Yeah.
We fuck you guys. We fuck everybody. We fuck everybody we can internationally.
I mean, I do agree with that. I mean,
for me, good. At least we don't have to argue there.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to argue about many points, I think, but also that's kind of, for me, how bad invasion to Ukraine is. The invasion into Iraq in like early 2000s is even worse, because like at least you can see the geopolitical like interest Russia in Ukraine, and you can't see it in Iraq for United States. I'm just saying. But also, I mean, having like an enemy from outside is always beneficial for political parties and rule, right? Regardless in Russia, like here, United States propaganda is 24/7, and I'm pretty sure like China, Russia are pretty much the same, like as how is it called, like the thing that scares crows or something on the field, right?
Yeah.
For you guys. So yeah, having an enemy is always beneficial. That's 100%, and you can pass many anti-freedom of speech or anti-anything with that while having a big enemy outside.
Yep. For sure. For sure.
It also fascinates me that talking about Europe, like again, when I was like, I'm not saying fighting Putin regime, but I don't know better words, but I was in like protest, right, on the streets. In the same time, many European countries, I know Estonia was for sure, were selling water guns and other like shit like that. I'm not sure how they call it on that in English, to like put down protest here in Moscow. Like most of that stuff came from Europe, and they were like officially sold by European governments to Russia. That's kind of, yeah, I don't know how to call it even. But that's why I have a problem with Europe, though, I guess, that you don't have.
Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, like, it's very interesting to talk to someone from Russia, and I hope you don't feel tokenized by that, just because, like, we here in America, from birth, are taught to look at Russia and China as both like these unimaginable worlds where people are completely different from us. And eventually you grow up a little bit and you realize, well, that can't be the case. But it's actually pretty rare that you get to have long one-on-one conversations with somebody from one of these countries that American, because like the anti-Russian, anti-Chinese propaganda is 24/7 over here in America.
Yeah.
You know, it's not, it probably doesn't come from as many of the same state sources, if that makes sense. But dude, like, you can't talk about Russia and America without a bunch of people getting scared. There are tons of people who just look at you guys like you are like uncivilized demons or something. And I figured out that that wasn't true the first time I had a fucking conversation with a Russian person. But like, the propaganda here is friggin' crazy. Americans are raised to believe that we're not just the best country in the world because we've got this and this figured out, that we're literally the only country in the world where children have bread at night. You know,
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
it's absurd.
There are
They
also
go a
talks
little heavy
about
with it.
users out here about it too, just saying. But yeah,
Huh?
I mean, I had a lot of like conversation with Americans, usually like through online games and stuff. And first thing they ask is about like Putin, Ukraine, because it's really in their heads, right? A
Right,
lot,
yeah.
let's say.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of one thing that was maybe I hope that was refreshing out of me, because we didn't bring that up till the very end. Basically, you know,
Mm-hmm.
we
Yeah.
just kind of like have had like a pretty normal political discussion about like
I
communism
mean,
versus
that's kind
socialism
of
versus capitalism.
that's part of having fun. I just
Yeah,
bring
for
my
sure.
accent and say I'm from Russia, and sometimes it's just a stop in like first minute, right, of conversation for some people,
Yeah,
and I'm just okay. That's good. I stopped to talk to this person now, basically because like yeah, I'm not getting anything good from there anyway.
yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
Uh,
oh.
I'm sorry for occupying you for that long, guys. I just
No, no.
honestly, it was just fun to
That was
talk to you, but
welcome, as
also
far as
I'm
I'm
happy
concerned.
to practice my English too. I don't have many
Oh, good.
chances
Well,
right
yeah,
now.
no, for sure. That's why I was so excited when you said, like, like basically when you asked if you could come on, because I was like, well, yeah, definitely. Like, I love talking to people from different countries just in general, because I like to get a different perspective of different places' politics. And I'm a really big fan of these one-on-one or 3-person conversations. I'm a big fan of just in person, or short of that, voice-based conversations. I like them. I think they're
Yeah.
good. I think it's a good way
I
to
was
give
a
an
bit
impression
terrified
of
because last time I've seen you having a conversation, it was pretty heated. So I thought, I mean, I'm not myself, I'm pretty calm person, so I wouldn't go with that, but I'm
Yeah, I
glad it
mean, you didn't
wasn't that
take the bait.
heated too.
That's one of the reasons why I'm so calm now, is because I tried to get your hackles up a few times, and you stayed incredibly calm. You handled that better than anyone I've ever tried that that tactic on.
I
Usually
mean,
people take the bait
That's
and they
mad
start yelling.
respect too, honestly. Like even for me, I'm like, I even want you on my stream sometimes. Once in a blue moon
Yeah,
if you
you've been
happen to
very
find me.
measured.
Because like you're actually, like got a brain in your head and actually, got some very interesting things to say.
You're
I'm like,
engaging with the points, which is nice.
yeah, exactly, yeah. I love that shit.
yeah, thank you,
That
guys.
I could respect
Especially,
ultimately, regardless of politics or anything. Like I'll always respect someone that has like back and forth and is willing to engage in everything. I love that shit.
it's especially good that you guys were able to understand my English because some people
Sure.
it was good.
In a weird way, you kind of strangely remind me of my dad. Funny enough, not to be kind of a little weird about that, because like, I mean, he is a libertarian himself, and I find, in a weird way, I find myself like nostalgically being like, I've had these conversations with him before, like every so often.
Yeah,
I mean, because like he's kind of the same way a little bit in his own little quirky way, and I love shit like that because it's like, I mean, at least he understands enough, despite whatever disagreements there may be. Because hey, like, that to me that's at least fun. Like there's at least good engagement there, and there actually can be agreement. Like regardless of the differences or maybe the conclusions we may come from. I mean, there's always at least going to be some agreement about some elements of that stuff, and I always love that shit.
I mean, I myself was much more leftist when I was, let's say, high school, early university, and I can understand that it always comes for like very good, how do I say it, but very good intentions, right? It's not like
Mm-hmm.
you guys want total censorship, that's why you are leftist, and you kind of said that you're absolutely the opposite, and you're all for freedom of speech. But I understand that even people that are for censorship, they believe genuinely that it's good. So that's why I'm not like seeking in conflict. I understand that people just maybe I disagree with them what good is, but it's not like they're evil persons, right? They in general we're all good people. 90% of people are very good. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, for sure,
Yeah, everyone has the capacity within them to be a good person. Not everyone is able to reach that capacity. Sometimes there are mitigating circumstances. People have bad days, etc., etc. But in general, one of the reasons I think why I'm such a hardcore lefty and why I'm such an optimist, yada yada yada, is because somehow, despite all the crazy stuff I've been through in my life, despite being homeless for 2 years and living in a van and all the weird crap that's happened to me in life, I still believe on some fundamental level in the magic of human kindness and the power of compassion and empathy.
Yeah, I can relate to that 100%. Yeah, unless you're like a murderer criminal, right?
Oh yeah,
I
of
can
course.
always talk to you.
Yeah. Harder to empathize with somebody that's just like drowning kittens in a puddle for fun,
Oh no, I love my to be.
Jesus. So brutal.
Yeah. All
I
right,
didn't
guys.
want to imagine that.
Alrighty.
Yeah, thank you all for conversation and good luck with your streams.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It was great hearing
back to
from you,
see
too. You've been an awesome person, though, by the way. Like, I've been really enjoying a lot, but
I mean, I
even
was
when I was on my
surprised
walk
and very
earlier,
positive
listening to a good chunk of it, for like the first little, like, eighth or third of it, I was really enjoying a lot of what was going back and forth and stuff, so.
Oh,
I definitely would love to hear
you
from you again
surprised
at
me a
some
lot
point.
in a very positive way too. Just saying. I'm
Well,
very
good.
glad to talk.
Well, good.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys. Good luck. Maybe see ya. Bye.
Right.
Good luck. Thank you.
Cheers and salut.
Cheers.
Octavia.
Good night. Alrighty. Boop.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Kick him off the stage. I don't know.
Get him out
They're
of
still,
here.
they're
Get him
still
out of
in
here,
the
bro.
backstage area. They're still in the backstage area, but whatever. I took them off the stage because they said they're leaving, and it may have stayed open in their browser. You never know.
Yeah. It happened to me earlier when I was trying to hit my friend up. What was funny is that like he couldn't hear me at all because I was still kind of in the voice call with this, so I just had to like just text him that entire time.
Yeah.
I was like, bro,
Yeah.
I'm in a phone call.
That was fucking funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, were you watching the stream last night when I played an entire song and the whole time it was muted?
I did catch some of that stream, but I did not catch that part. But I'm gonna have to now look that up. Now I'm gonna have to look at that stream later.
Literally,
Did that really
the
happen?
realization. Yes. No, not
Oh
just
my!
that it happened. I played a perfect cover of the song For an Old Kentucky Anarchist by The Orphans. Perfect cover. Didn't mess up once. Soul, Ignar. Poured my soul into this shit. And then I saw the mute button and everybody on the chat just laughing their ass off because I played
Oh no! Oh no!
And I couldn't even be mad at
no!
myself afterwards. I literally just shook my head and started laughing, and I must have laughed for 5 minutes straight.
Oh my god! I would have done. I honestly would have been like, you know what? Wow, I would have been. I'm retiring this for now. I don't. Wow. I would just been like, no, I'm done. Wow, that was just despicable. I just would look at myself being like, what? That happened. And what's funny, I've had those moments when I was an instrument. I would just like unintentionally accidentally hit the mute button, and then it'd be like, you know, literally as an example like this, for like literally 5 minutes, and then people are like, yo, we can't hear you, and I'd be like, motherfucker. And now I have to think about what I just said for like the last 5 minutes or some shit, being like, I can't even remember half of it now. I kind of get the general idea, but now like I just cooked and I just can't cook that fucking shit again because it just came out of my brain out of nowhere. Like I can't recreate that. And it's like, son of a bitch. Oh,
yeah, dude.
Those moments are just like, man, it happens to the best of us. It really, truly does, you know, every so often. I mean, it's happened to me at least a few different times for sure.
I wish YouTube had like an audible ding or something that it would do whenever it repeatedly notices audio pickups.
Yeah.
Or, you know, like your mic is muted. So I don't know why I couldn't do that. It probably
or maybe like kind of like something right in the center that isn't for the chat or anything, but it's in your like HUD where it's like muted, you know, instead of being on that little side corner. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah.
Being like a little tiny icon in the corner.
Well, yeah, because like if you have your camera off, it obviously shows that your camera's off and just shows your little profile pic, you know, in the center because that's what everyone sees, you know. So it should do the same thing, you know, for being muted.
For mute,
that would make some sense. Damn it, YouTube, man, why is like, you know, every average person better at like understanding how this platform could be better than YouTube itself? Me and Rosie have these moments every so often where I'm just like, why? Why can't we actually make the platform better?
I know. Why indeed?
It makes me think that, hey, if this platform was worker powered and content creator powered, you know, maybe it actually would be a good platform.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's so much potential. YouTube just doesn't tap into it properly. Like, I need to start thinking about, like, honestly, YouTube has like a give creator feedback thing that you can use, and like it's supposed to be used for reporting bugs, but like you can suggest features and shit to YouTube's team, and every so often I'll think of one and I'll think I should do it, but I never do.
I just don't know if they actually really read that or if it's like some algorithmic, like, all right, we catalyze it, you know, that's what I kind of wonder. I mean, I'm not quite there yet. I'm almost, but not quite there yet for that kind of shit, but I'm just like, man.
Jess says she can't believe she missed the singing in silence. Girl, I can't believe that it happened. I'm just still surprised at myself for allowing that shit to happen.
It's happened to me too. Hey, it happens to the best of us, like I said from earlier. I mean, there's been times where I've been playing my guitar where that's literally happened. I'm like, son of a bitch, and I will literally restart it, and it's nowhere near good now because I'm like, oh fuck, now I'm out of my groove. Fuck. All right, hold up, guys. Shit. All right.
Right.
Now I gotta replay it. All right, now I'm playing it, and then it's not as good. I'm just like, fuck.
And it's like, damn it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it just happens.
I know the feels. I know them feels well. I am like, I'm sitting here debating on if I want to, because the call-in section of the show is friggin', it's done. I mean, we've had some interesting conversations tonight, and I think for now we are effectively, we're done with the call-ins portion of the show. We had fun with that, but I don't know if I actually want to do the bad food section tonight, because we've already been streaming for almost 3 hours, and well, in fact, I've been streaming for like exactly 3 hours almost. It's like 5-6 minutes away from being 3 hours. So I'm like, well, I could do the bad food segment, but it's almost 6 in the morning. By the time I get done with the 2 hours of bad food, it's gonna be like 8 in the morning. And by the time I get done with that, and like, that's just, what am I gonna do at 8? Like, what am I gonna do? Sleep the whole day away? I don't know, man. I am beside myself with wonder at what to do. But the sad reality facing me is that it's 5:44 in the morning. I'm tired, but not that tired, and I kind of want to go back outside and smoke some pot. So, like, part of me is thinking I should just, like, well, here's what I'm thinking, because here's what I could do, right? Here's the thought process, okay? The thought process is I could grab my earbud and my phone and go outside and hang out in the office trailer and, you know, like, do it that way and take myself off stage in here, and then I could do it. I don't know. Ignar, how much longer do you have?
I mean, pretty much until I finish this beer, as far as I'm concerned.
Until you finish this beer.
Which is halfway over, and I don't know exactly, like, that depends how much I want to sip it.
Alright, well, drink slower, motherfucker, because I'm going to go outside and smoke with you. It'll be a good way to end the stream.
I know this much. It's about, like, what? 15 till 4, so that means 3 hours until I can get more again. If I really want to. If I'm staying up that late.
Yeah, nice.
Probably not, but...
Dude, so what do you think? Do you think that Russian guy only cared about that sexual abuse scandal because it involved Pakistanis?
I don't think I was like, I was listening to it on my walk on that one, and I was like, I know what it means, and honestly, I think that is something to, like, you know.
I'm pretty sure the only reason he gave a shit is because it was Pakistanis, but I may be totally wrong. It may just be an example of something that he heard about, like, in an adjacent way. Like, there could be no connection to it at all, you know? Like, the rest of the conversation with him, like, I'm just always so worried, right, when people who are, like, strong critics of leftism start criticizing the tendencies of quote-unquote liberal nations. I just feel like it's not, you know, it's very seldom that there's not some kind of, like, you know, I don't know how to put it. There's usually ulterior motives.
Yeah. Because, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, when it's so, kind of selective in that way, I'm kind of like, well, why, well, what excludes, you know, this or that when it comes to, like, these broader issues, you know what I mean? Like, regardless if it's, like, the Epstein file stuff or broader corruption, etc. It's like, they're all guilty of this shit. I mean, like, hey, maybe it doesn't necessarily directly impact you, or maybe you have a certain reason why you focus on one thing or the other, but hey, they're all kind of guilty of this shit. And by all, I mean, like, all these different governments and all these different, like, you know, factions of broader geopolitics and shit. It's like, I mean, for various different reasons, and they got their own agendas, but they're all corrupt as fuck. You know, it's like, it's one of those things where for me, I'm like, hey, I mean, hey, I understand like, you know, that one particular issue that you might want to highlight, but they're all kind of a part of the bigger picture. It's kind of the whole idea of like, you know, don't, you know, miss the forest through the trees, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to like, you know, hyper focus on particular trees, you know, in the broader forest, you know, because the whole forest is the problem, and so to speak, in that issue. Like, it's not just one tree or the other. You know, like, you can't focus just on that because the whole forest is kind of an issue in that way. They're all plagued with like a particular little fungi that's like killing it. You need to kind of wipe all of it out. It's not just one particular tree that's effective with it.
Yeah, no, for sure. Okay. This is so strange.
I'm half sensitive, but my little
oh my God.
back.
This
Don't
is
want
so
to do that.
Okay. So this is what it sounds like when I'm using my phone mic. Okay. Let's see if I connect.
I mean, it sounds just as good as you were from before.
Testing.
It's good. Das ist gut.
It's good.
Sounds good to me.
Let's see here. Let's just make sure. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Does it still
both.
sound good?
Yep.
I wish I could hear what it sounds like.
I don't know if I can.
But I can't. Let's see here. Damn. Okay. I guess everything's working good. So I've got I think I can just walk outside now. Let's see. It'll connect to the PC. And yeah, okay, I guess I'm good. Sweet. And you're sure you can hear me okay?
I even did a playback on my end, and yep, it's all good.
Awesome. That is so cool.
Where's some more flammable material?
That is so good.
I look a little fire pit in the back, and I'm like, shit.
Okay, I'm gonna have to be quiet here for a second. Alrighty. Okay, now I can talk again. Alrighty.
Nice.
Alrighty. Excuse me. Damn it. Okay. Alrighty. There we go. Nice. Nice. Now we're out here.
The Ocean spot. Hell yeah.
Yep, we're in the spot.
I do love, like, because my little guitar, like, I have a shitload of stickers on it, but I gotta, like, ask about, like, what type of like paint or what you use, for your guitar, because I was thinking about that, the other day, being like,
yeah, it's just a paint marker. It's literally just like a generic paint marker. Everything you see on there was hand drawn by me, except the signatures of Scotty and Paul, obviously.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, everything else on there is just regular old paint marker, nothing special. I don't have that creative a hand, but I was able to put something together to make that happen at least.
Nice. Well, my guitar that needs a little extra love and care, but I'm wanting to at least get like a electric acoustic at some point eventually, and then have that, for maybe more performance kind of stuff, when I go start doing busking eventually. But I only have like 4 strings on my current guitar, and I'm kind of thinking about maybe making at least 8 singular songs just off of those strings. Maybe like at least do like a performance like outside somewhere, and then do like a studio recording of it eventually, at some point. But just make it kind of like a one-off at least, because I don't know, like I kind of
for sure.
A very fun, good sound to it so far. But I mean, it's been around the block enough to where I want to keep it and do more busking with it and stuff. But it's just like shit. I mean, I might want to at least get like a better and newer guitar, at least at some point, and then start, do its own thing with that eventually. What the fuck was that? I just heard a boom.
Yeah, that was a big boom.
Yeah. Oh, you heard it too. Oh shit. What the fuck?
That sounded like a bomb went off, bro.
I know. I'm like, what the fuck?
All right, I'm calling it now. Breaking news: America's under attack.
Yep.
Breaking news. Everybody tell Paul's ego the nukes have flown. Get ready.
The nukes are flown. Yep. The nukes are flying. That was the first.
The nukes are flying. Dude, Ignar, listen to this shit. I had a dream the other night. A straight up dream. Where I fucking dreamed an entire conversation that happened between me and Paul, where I was in the chat and he was streaming. And it was so realistic. Everything about the dream was realistic, to the point where I went looking for that stream, genuinely thinking, and then I just, like, at some point I had to come to the realization I must have dreamed that, because the conversation was something about me needing to change some aspect of my content or something. I can't even remember what it was. Him saying something about, I watch your streams, but I don't, like, you got to change this or some shit. I don't remember. But, like, that's why I think now, looking back on it, it was so obviously a dream, because, like, I couldn't remember specifically what it was that was said, which lends to the dreamlike crypticness of a thing like that. But it was just so fucking weird, because I hadn't even, I don't know, I guess I'd watched the Ideology earlier that day for the first time in like a couple weeks, and maybe it just stuck with me or something, but I literally dreamed up a whole conversation that did not happen, because I scoured the last 2 weeks of streams looking for it.
Damn. I kind of remember for a little bit of that back and forth that was happening with you and Paul from earlier. And I'm kind of like, I kind of agree with you a lot more with the broader conversation than I did with Paul, to be honest. Because I'm like, I mean, yeah, like we are run by the stupid, but at the same time, it's like, I think there's enough of the American people that kind of realize that, like, yeah, we are ran by the stupies, and we can't allow that anymore. I don't necessarily
Well,
mean. Well, no, go ahead.
Do what? No, you go ahead.
Well, yeah, because I was going to say, like, I don't think that necessarily means that we're going to, like, go fucking full radical revolution status, like, tomorrow kind of thing, but I do think that at least people are starting to be aware enough to where, like, yeah, we are being ran by the stupid, crazy motherfuckers and shit, and that fundamentally needs to change. Yeah, like, I think that people are aware of that enough, but I mean, so I disagree with Paul on that one, but I do agree that, like, yeah, we are ran by the stupies and ran by, like, you know, fucking dumb, crazy motherfuckers. I mean, I do agree with that ultimately. I just think Paul's a little, even he mentioned it, like, I think on gets like a DFF, like, you know, not like this last one, but like the one before or some shit where he's like, yeah, I'm a little, I got kind of a doomer about things, and yeah, it's all fucked right now, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, I agree, but I think people are feeling the same and are starting to change that perspective broadly, and I think that's overall a good thing. You know, I think the acceleration of some
I agree with you, but like when it comes to the whole like being led by the stoopies thing, the argument I was trying to make to Paul earlier is that they are stupid by virtue of their avarice and greed, not by like in my mind there are different forms of stupidity, and they are being like, I don't know, long-term stupid. I don't know how to put it. Like someone like the core, like the
stupid in the sense of that.
There's like a certain kind of stupidity that is just like ignorant stupidity. Like literally, there's no plan, there's no ideas, there's no driving philosophy at all. Just rote, you know, bloodthirsty stupidity. And I think that that is largely an affliction of the voters. Then there's this kind of stupidity where you are acting stupid if the concern to be considered is the health of the planet or the health of the people on that planet, but you're not necessarily being stupid if your only concern is like personal profit, and if you're narrow-minded enough to only see it through one facet. It's like, it's a nuanced conversation. I think it's not that they're just complete retards, it's that they are like in some cases really smart in particular ways, and so blinded by greed that they don't see how their interests, well, so blinded by greed in the case of the billionaires, blinded by avarice in the case of the Zionists. They're so blinded, though, by these broader interests that they don't see how, like, their different goals collide, and they don't see how their broader goals fly directly in the face of their long-term longevity. And I don't know, I think it's, honestly, Ignar, I think it's one of those things that I need to hammer out more, think about more, and talk about more before I can, like, make the strongest possible argument. Because right now, what I feel like I'm like, kind of vaguely gesturing at the problem, but I haven't yet figured out how to elucidate it easily.
Yeah, I kind of understand with that one. Because I kind of feel the same way a little bit, you know, because it's one of those things where, you know, especially when it comes to a lot of the average American populace, you know, because I agree, like, I don't think every person is, like, just, you know, kind of dumb or some shit. I just think they've just been misled and are kind of ignorant, you know, of a lot of the broader politics that's going on, you know, like, I mean, I got family members that are like this, and, you know, I'll talk to them about different things, even like with things like labor, and it'd be like, you know, you talk like, you know, a lot of fancy words, and I kind of like what you're, you know, saying. I just don't know what you're completely, hearing, but I like it though. At the very minimal, and I'm like, hey, I respect that though, because I mean, they're willing to hear it out, even if they don't quite, completely get it. But that's a seat, it's kind of like the whole Daryl Davis philosophy of like contact theory. I mean, you gotta at least have like some sort of a seed planted, if you want to try to at least change your mind. It's not going to be for everybody, obviously. And hey, for those that are just so gun-ho and loyal to that cause, well, fuck them. But for those that are willing to have at least a brain in their head and think about these things and have that seed planted, then I'd love having those conversations with people. And I think there's more people like that than those who are just loyal to the cause, so to speak, and like gun-ho about it. I mean, at least in
Well,
my
the
opinion,
statistics tell us,
even from what I've seen,
the statistics tell us that, like, at least among registered voters, most Americans feel closer to how you and I feel, Ignar. Now, maybe among people who
100%.
aren't registered to vote, maybe the statistics skew a little differently, but I see lots of different polls come out, lots of different stats on how people feel, and like the tendency amongst Americans on the ground is very progressive, and that's evident just in our culture. I mean, if you look at the broad pantheon of our cultural output, there are tons of progressive messages littered throughout that. There are tons and tons and tons. Like our cultural output is a beautiful combination of diversity and challenges to power and critiques of social frameworks and all kinds of shit. So it's clear to me that there is like a progressive tendency and everything. My worry is that, like, yeah, that progressive tendency has been building and been building and been building, but I also think that there's an authoritarian tendency building, and I hate to be the one who says this. I do. I feel like an authoritarian tendency is building amongst people who didn't used to be political. I think that that's a lot of the reason why the Maga movement has been sustaining itself, is because like a lot of people who joined the MAGA movement at first were people who were apolitical before then or way less political. And people like that are some of the most likely to jump on some, train of easy explanations for all the problems in their lives that doesn't involve any real hard systemic critique. I think that authoritarian tendency has to be answered with lots of protest, education, mutual aid, and solidarity work. Like having conversations like the one we just had with that Russian fellow. I think that's so important to make people understand that there are people out there with very progressive ideas that are willing to hear you out and to give their perspective and maybe show you a different way. It's never been more important to sow that seed, as you were talking about, because right now we are facing a genuinely an unprecedented rise in authoritarian tendencies on the grassroots level.
Oh, 100%. To the point where even I was kind of yelling about it at the protest the other night, where it's like, because there was some of the DHS and ICE members that actually had like fucking M4 SBRs and AR-15, SBRs and shit. Where like honestly, I never seen like so many of them have that shit ready to go in like a long fucking time. It kind of made me think like, man, we're about to have a Kent State massacre at some point again. Because I was yelling that out, being like, this is how the Kent State massacre started. First, it's like these motherfuckers have like one or two of them with like their fucking, AR-15s and shit. Then it's like half of them, and now all of them have that shit. And it's starting to kind of feel a little like that. I'm just like, fuck. Having to Portland. I mean, but
I'm having some problems.
Because how radical it kind of be. I feel like it. Who knows? I mean, maybe it might be because no one really thought that massacre, what happened to Kent State, but it did. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, for sure.
One of those things I think about. Where I'm like, look.
Yeah, I've been worried for like pretty much ever since Charlie Kirk's assassination. And we kind of talked about it with that Russian fellow earlier, but I've been worried since then that some kind of Kent State thing is going to pop off, because it does seem like political assassinations and
And just broadly political violence, you know, like it just seems
politically motivated,
more acceptable almost in a weird way.
Right, politically motivated violence is like seeing a big uptick and a big rise. And if you like think about it, like we're not talking about them anymore because like fucking the Iran war happened, but Alex Pretty and Renee Good died less than 3 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like think about that shit. You know, March 25th, March 27th, 28th, 29th, something like that. February, January, December. Yeah. So within the last 3 months, 2 American citizens have been killed by federal agents in 2 different cities. Like, the conditions for a Kent State massacre are here, and I think a lot of people recognize those conditions and have been kind of like wondering, like, when is it going to pop off? When are things going to start to shake up? Because everybody smells it in the air. I mean, everybody I talk to, every single person I talk to is like, you know, we can't go on living like this. Things are untenable.
100%.
It seems like shit is just getting out of hand. What do we do?
Yeah, because I'll even after this, like I was, there's a little pool bar that's right around the corner, like a 10-minute walk from me from here. I actually walked past it while we're, you know, doing this stuff when I was muted for a bit. But like I have a really good mutual friend. His nickname is Bo, and him and like some other dude happened to be talking about this very fucking thing. And they're not like really political at all, and honestly I don't really know completely about the politics, but both of them are like, yeah, what's going on is fucked. And you know, and I know at least the other person that he was talking to was basically like, well, we either need to like just fuck it up and just do it, or you know, go full ham, or just fuck off. Like, this weird shit that we're doing is fucked, and we can't have that. It's bullshit. You know, he was like, you know, basically doing like the absolutist one way or the other. Like, he obviously didn't really have too much of a thing, but Bo was like, nah, like, if this goes further, and even if
I agree with him.
Shit, he was like, oh yeah, there could be like some Civil War shit and this and that. Like, he agreed like a Kent State massacre is a boiling point that's probably going to happen. I mean, you know, even
I actually, well, I just want to say, like, yeah, like more and more people are feeling that way, and I actually like agree. Like, I don't think that war in Iran was ever justifiable or a good idea, but it's very clear that our military objectives are regime change or just general destabilization. And I agree, it would have been more humane for them to go in guns blazing all at once. Fuck this half measures fucking, you know, like we're going to slowly put pressure on them and missile them and bomb them and stuff. Like, honestly, like, you know, I'm not saying it would have been right. I'm just saying it would have resulted in less death and civilian casualties than what we're doing right now.
Like, if they
it certainly would have been a way.
Like, they just immediately, you know, got Maduro, you know, or I guess in this case, the Ayatollah, whatever the fuck, and basically neutered the main higher ups of the regime.
Well, they would have had to do more than just leader assassinations. Like, if they really wanted to carry out a, like,
Iran,
the UN is taking
Iraq or anything. Like, I mean, Iran is an actual competent first world, like, you know, style, like, nation. Like,
they would have needed shock and awe, Ignar.
Yeah.
They would have needed shock and awe.
And even then, I don't even know if that would necessarily work, because, like, I mean, even in a weird way, that was kind of how they started this shit, and even then, it didn't really work. So I'm, like, kind of wondering, like...
No, see... You don't understand, though. Shock and awe was different, man. If you look into it... actually, Vosh has a video where he covers a video that's about it, but you should just go watch the video he covers, because most of his videos, just watching that video. There's a video that covers the Gulf War and basically the shock and awe campaign. It was like 4 days worth of like mainly moving at night and just fucking like we basically had
before blitzkrieg tactics, basically. I mean, shock and awe.
Basically. I mean, we focused heavily on military targets, and like we mustered so much power into that region that once we started like approaching, there were tons of towns that we were able to take over without firing a single shot, because people would just see like the entire collective might of the American military rolling towards them, and we're like, huh, okay. There was some token resistance given in some cities, but like for the most part, it was only when they encountered military targets that they actually had to engage. The way we're doing it right now, we're targeting all kinds of civilian infrastructure. We're no doubt killing like thousands and thousands of people over there, instead of doing like this direct, targeted, on-the-ground campaign that goes through and takes over specific military objectives and makes it obvious and clear that like I'm just saying, like, they would have needed a tactic. Like, it wouldn't have worked maybe even then, because like there's obviously the goal in I think it was, I forget what operation it was, but the goal there was like just to drive Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait, and that is a lot easier goal to achieve than, you know, driving the IRGC out of Iran. I don't even know if complete shock and awe tactics would have worked. I'm just saying that it would have been a better option, and I think a more humanistic option, than endlessly bombing them from afar with missiles, drones, and fucking bomber planes. And I think that the committal of American ground forces to the affair would have also created a much greater political incentive to make sure the conflict ended quickly, cleanly, and with a minimum of bloodshed. Because there's too many cell phones, there's too much reporting these days. But instead what we're getting is this prolonged, nothing ever happens, constant Trump fake out fucking syndrome, where it's just, you know, we can't get away from this pattern of constantly poking this bear, then faking out like we've got all our fucking things done and we're looking at peace, and then more attacks happen back and forth and back and forth, and it's going to go on fucking it's probably going to go on for years, Ignar, because Iran, they still have like even if you believe the AP's reporting that says that they've lost like a third of their, like the AP is reporting that sources are saying that they've lost like a third of their drone capacity. That's nothing. That's nothing when you consider how low our interceptors are running. That's nothing when you consider how many hits are actually happening in Israel.
Well, can like Iran like build 500 Shahed drones in a day, basically? Like, yeah, so it really is nothing. And also, from my understanding, like there's been like 40 plus U.S./Israeli aircraft that have been shot down, which equates to like 1.5 billion versus like, you know, the money that, you know, Iran's losing, you know, for the equipment they're losing, and a lot of them are meant to be lost like, because they're kamikaze drones and shit.
Yeah, dude, Ignar, these fucking Shahed drones can be built at home for like $2,000 with used parts and shit. Like, I'm not saying that's how Iran is producing them. I'm just saying that, like,
well, they're doing
even
it officially where it's like
do
35 to 50 grand, depending on how, like, you know, much fuel capacity, munition capacity, etc. Like,
well,
I mean, there's different models.
I'm just talking about putting the airframe together and slapping the engine on it. Like, the engine is an incredibly
well, yeah, with like, you know, Ukraine or Russia or even like, you know, Lebanon or Syria. Like, I mean, they've been able to produce these Shahed drones, you know, like in their fucking backyards, basically, just on raw materials that just happen to be around. Rugged as fuck, but they're still a Shahed drone.
Jess said, so you're pro slave labor? I don't know if you're talking to me or what. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not pro slave labor.
Who the fuck is pro slave labor? I'm hoping they're just talking someone in the chat, because none of us are pro slave labor over here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not like defending Iran as like an entity. I just don't think that the best way for us to approach this conflict is bombing them to death. I don't know. Like, and my point with the drones, my point with the drones is just like fucking, these drones are incredibly easy to produce. It is very easy to set up a factory that can produce them. The engines they run on are very inexpensive, easy to like honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if you could very easily scavenge most of these engines, melt them back down into their component fucking materials,
Or
reuse
just like
them to
break it
make more
down and stuff.
engines.
Yeah.
They're incredibly simple fucking little 4-cylinder engines that airframes themselves are not difficult to build. The most expensive part of a Shahed drone is whatever warhead or explosive or fucking missile it's carrying. And like, you can build these things in so wide a variety of ways in so many different places that I just don't think you can bomb enough Iranian infrastructure to really prevent them. Besides, like, the blueprints for these things are out there. The designs for these things are out there. China could just start producing them and then shipping them to
Ukraine is
Iran.
doing that shit, you know? Like, I mean, yeah, like the Shahed drone is not exactly like some unusual tech. Like, it's available even for the Americans to make if they wanted to. We have our own drones. They're just not Shahed drones. Like, I mean, that's basically, you know, the main factor here. It's like they just have their own variation of this type of shit.
Yeah,
I mean, even
literally,
then, it's
yeah,
just
for
like,
sure.
yeah, and even then, it's just like, I mean, you know, I had like a point I was trying to think about earlier, but now I fucking forgot it. Fuck.
I'm sorry.
No,
Here,
you're good. You're good.
can we put a pin in it for 1 second so I can use the bathroom again? I'm sorry, I've got the bladder
Oh,
of
no,
a
you're
squirrel.
fine. If anything, I can entertain chat a little bit. In
Yeah,
fact, actually,
entertain chat
I
for a
think
second.
I might have what I was thinking about. Well, actually, no, I don't. But yeah, whatever. Fuck it. I do have a way to look at the chat, though. Boo. In fact, I think I made it work. I think I made it work somehow. Yeah, pretty sure I did. Boo. Boo. That's some unfortunateness. I was kind of thinking at least, you know, what else. Trying to figure out from earlier. Because at least when it comes to, like, you know, these drones and, like, you know, this whole military back and forth conflict that's going on, I mean, the investment and the money that is being put into the broader conflict here when it comes to, like, Iran versus, like, Israel and the U.S. is just such a fucking stark difference that, like, it's going to be a loss. It's not like the Iraq-Iran war or some shit. It's not like, you know, oh, we're putting the fucking Shah like in 1976. It's like, you know, these things aren't, you know, Iran ain't the fucking thing. And also, like, Iran, you know, arguably was just way fucking better off back in the day. If you look at, you know, pictures of the 50s of Iran, it's progressive as fuck back in the day. Most of that.
What it do? What it do?
What it do?
What it be? What it do?
I'm trying to have a fire pit, but unfortunately, it's just being a bitch.
I've seen you fucking with it for the last like half hour.
I know, it's not doing me any justice, and I'm just like, boo.
You not have no like paper or?
Well, the funny thing is, there is a bunch of it in there. It just, I mean, I think
No, it's hard for me to see. Yeah.
Well, I will say, like, I mean, a good chunk of it has probably been moist because there's a bunch of other, like, kindling and stuff in there, but I'm thinking it's just because it's just too moist. I mean, if I had, like, some liquid fuel, like Everclear, like, you know, fucking lighter fluid or something, I bet it would light up pretty well, but...
Even if you just had, like... I would think even if you just had like some vegetable oil or something you could spread over it, then maybe you could get,
actually,
you know.
I do. Hold up. I actually do.
Because you might be able to pour a little bit of that on there and then use one of the papers to give it like something to light off of, basically.
I actually do. You know what? Experiment time. All right.
So, Grounded Flagon asked, How dangerous is a drone? Are we talking drones with attached guns / missiles or camera only? I'm not familiar with military drones. So here's a rundown on a military drone. A military drone can range from anything from a simple surveillance tool with a camera and maybe some electronic countermeasures to an advanced weapon of war that can carry a machine gun or bombs or missiles. It depends on the scale. A Shahed drone, the variety of drone we're talking about, is an Iranian military drone capable of carrying a payload consisting of bombs and warheads like that. I believe they are kamikaze drones meant to carry the warhead as a part of their body, but I'm not 100% familiar with their design. I'll have to read more up about it. They can be pretty dangerous. They can be pretty effective at destroying infrastructure, which is the main thing that they're used against. They're less effective against formations of troops, simply because normally you can hide from them, and obviously one drone can obviously only target one thing at a time, and even though they move much slower and can therefore be more easily targeted towards infantry and ground forces than like a regular missile can be, they are still subject to the laws of flight and physics, which means that if a group of 5 people sees a drone coming towards them, they can scatter in that time, and well, maybe somebody will die, but the whole group won't die. They're not as effective against troop movements as a result, but they are incredibly effective against infrastructure, vehicles, and stuff like that. Oh shit, we got a super chat. I sent you a poem about eating the rich on Discord. Awesome, Marco. Sweet.
Eat the rich, oh, eat the rich. Put them all in a fucking ditch.
They move slower than U.S. drones because they are propeller flown, not jet. Yeah, that's true. Although the U.S. does have some propeller-driven drone as well, or some propeller-driven drones as well. They're obviously not as common because, we have a military-industrial complex. It's funny, our military is way higher tech than it needs to be because we have a military-industrial complex that demands more money and more research dollars every fucking year, every budget cycle. We have a military that's way more advanced than it actually needs to be. There are threats that our military can answer that can't possibly be posed by any of our enemies. It's kind of absurd when you think about it, because the truth of warfare now is that it's all about drones. It's all about missiles, drones, and interceptors and bullshit like that. Look like you might be having some success.
Hell yeah, I think I do.
I'm glad I brought that up.
Yeah, I got this bad boy, and it worked.
Nice.
It actually really legit did there. Now we got some good little something.
Yeah. Veggie oil is a good. It's a good propellant. It just needs a wick basically to help it reach its flash point.
Yep. Now we got beautiful little
flames. Beautiful flames. I wish I could join you, honestly, in the fire pit, but my county is under a burn ban right now, so.
Well, it happens to every now and then up here too because of fucking forest fires and all this other shit. So it happens occasionally.
Dude, I'm telling you, when I was a kid, fires were never a problem down here. Literally, when I was a kid, fires were never a problem.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, even in Florida now.
I mean, I remember 2020, where this fence is, you know how it's dark as fuck over here. Dead ass. It was red embers because of how close a lot of the wildfires from Estacada and shit like that, near Clackamas County fires, they were fucking close. I was in the yellow, you might want to evacuate kind of zone, shit, and every so often I would see at night with all the fucking smoke and shit, just look over and it's just red embers, and I'm like, fuck. I've never seen it like that
Oh, yeah.
before. And I would smell like the weird like plasticky smell of like the random materials that are like in houses and shit on top of like that burnt like wood smell and other shit. I'm just like, fuck. I mean,
Dude,
it was kind
I
of a good
remember-
little weird, like warning sign of like, yeah, I mean, shit can be kind of real quick sometimes. I mean, it might not have been that year, and probably won't necessarily be anytime soon, but one year it might be.
I remember back in early to mid 2023, I was living in Massachusetts, and there were like major wildfires in California, and the like wind currents and the force of those fires and the massive amount of smoke that they were generating was it was literally discoloring our sky on the complete other side of the country and carrying a wood smoke smell that fucking far. I've never experienced anything like it in my fucking life.
Jesus.
I mean, it is fucking crazy how these wildfires, not just how they affect the environment where they happen, but how much of a global effect they have. I mean, like, you notice how nobody even talks about the environment anymore, Ignar, except crazy leftists like us. We talk about it.
I noticed that.
But we're
Because,
fucking
like,
just this
it's a
side of
sign that's
Amprims.
happening. Yeah, because there's straight up an ecocide going on. I mean, and no one really wants to talk about it. Like the whole Al Gore, like, oh wait, we need to deal with some climate change stuff. Even like the more liberal perspective is kind of silent now. And it's like, it's just not really.
Yeah, the best you get out of the Democrats now is like carbon tax. It's like, huh?
Yeah, like that's gonna fucking solve everything. Of course. Yep. Round of applause on that one. It's like, yeah, that ain't gonna help anything here.
We just need a nice little gift wrap solution that works well within capitalism. Don't you know?
Don't you know? Yeah.
The environment and climate change used to be talked about much around 2010 from what I remember. So much around 2020 from what... Yeah, no, literally. Climate change, the effects that human beings are having on the environment in general, not just climate change. Because honestly, we need to fucking... this is one of the problems of rhetoric that I think we on the left and the environmental movement as an individual subschism within that or whatever. One of the rhetoric problems I think we've run into is that I think we hyper focus sometimes on climate change when there are a whole host of things that we as human beings do that fuck up our environment, even if they don't produce some wider overall change in the climate in general. That's not to say we should stop talking about climate change, but we hyper focus on it to the extent where we don't, sometimes we don't talk about things that also need talked about, just the way we dispose of trash in these horribly inefficient and disgusting ways, and the amount of waste that we create, which is just such a massive inefficiency in our systems and such a draw on the environment. But honestly, it feels kind of pointless, right, to mention what we don't talk about, when really the thing we don't talk about at all is environmentalism, period. It used to be talked about so much, but now it never comes up. Never.
It hardly ever does anymore. Maybe the most it ever does is oh yeah, there's a drought or a fire, maybe. That's about probably as most as it ever gets brought up, but no one really realizes or cares about the broader implications anymore. I mean, at least especially at this point. I mean,
well, you know what happened?
Used to be a major talk point, even amongst Green Party elements, Jill Stein types of shit. But even then, they're not really there anymore. You don't really hear, those voices as much anymore, because no one really cares as much. Or at least, maybe if they do, they just don't care enough to focus on it.
Yeah, literally. It's a crucial crisis to talk about, discuss, and mitigate, but there's just not a lot of real energy to talk about it in most of the in any of the halls of power. And honestly, around most dinner tables in America. It's just not a thing that fucking comes up. And I think that what happened, honestly, was, do you remember back in 2020 when like human beings being inside for 2 weeks led to so many things happening in nature that people like hadn't expected? Because they were like, holy shit, wait a minute, whoa. Because they were seeing like the canals in Venice looked clean for the first time. And like there were these like areas that had previously been all trashed up and garbaged up that were just like growing up in a way that made it like, do you remember all those memes and all that shit?
I remember what you're talking about. I mean,
All right, well,
it's been a minute since
like,
I've seen
I
these
feel
memes,
like,
but yeah.
oh, I feel like what happened was people started to see the world healing a little bit from the impression that humans left on it, and it became like, I'm not saying that it had like those memes had some kind of long lasting political effect. I guess what I'm saying is that I think those memes represent kind of the last engagement that our culture had as a mass unit with the idea of human beings having a direct influence over our environment. And I think that it's like, it's just very interesting to me that the perception that we were all left with is, oh, things are getting better. And I feel like that was kind of the attitude that people started to take after 2020. And it was also an attitude that started to be taken during the Biden administration, because these days, in order to try and be like good at the political game, there's a heavy incentive on both sides of the political aisle to try and pretend to be winning even when you're not. And so, like, the Biden administration played at being like this really progressive administration when it comes to the climate, but really they weren't. They didn't make any significant changes. They didn't get us back in the fucking Paris Climate Agreement. Like, they didn't do anything fucking long lasting. Not a goddamn thing they changed about the way America works to make it like like there was nothing. So
I mean, the Obama administration literally was like, helping and enforcing, like the fucking oppression during the No Dapple movement. I actually have a couple shirts, that, I have over here that like are related to that, because of that oppression that was going on, between multiple different like state, cops and Pinkertons and other thugs that were there to try to oppress indigenous people and others, internationally even, for the rights, to protect the water and the lands, because it was just that much important. I mean, even like I had a weird half-ass, in my head to be like, I want to go out there because I have family in Montana and that happened in South Dakota, or at least, right on the border of North and South Dakota. So I'm like, I could fucking go out there if I want to, but I'm just like, it just never happened. I mean, but shit. I wish I did though, because it would have been kind of a fun little experience.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, definitely would have been interesting for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, like we were talking about the California fires and shit, and I really do feel like this, like the climate and environment issue, they are probably the most important issues that face us as a society, as a species, as a people, however you want to look at it, however local or global you want to be. It is the problem that faces us that must be dealt with. There is a fundamental imbalance in the way human beings live and the way we treat our environment and what that environment can actually like provide physically, biologically. There's a fundamental imbalance in between human life and nature that has to be rectified. And if it's not rectified through conscious choice, then it will be rectified through the cold, uncaring logic of natural selection. Like, eventually, the society will come. Like it's just, I'm sorry, it's just how evolution works. Like, eventually we'll fucking
go past our carrying point. You know, the
Well,
environment
how,
has
this
like
whole survival of the fittest types of love to say. It's like, hey, the strongest, survive, right? Well, it's like, hey, that doesn't mean like raw strength, but sometimes it just means perseverance and understanding of like the broader consequences of certain actions and other shit. Like, it's not the whole
it's also
like
like
strong man, kind of fucking philosophy of shit,
well, it's just like every environment has a maximum carrying capacity, and human beings,
Exactly, yeah.
like we artificially decrease the planet's carrying capacity for human life by allowing such inefficient and disgustingly capitalist systems of wealth accumulation to exist. Like the fact that we distribute resources so badly and so inefficiently, and it's all based on the profit motive. The fact that billionaires are allowed to exist and allowed to consume so much more than there are billionaires who by themselves consume more in a month than some countries do in a year, in terms of the fuel that they fucking eat up, in terms of the fucking food that they're eating and the expense that went into producing it. Like, it's crazy to think about, but it's true. And like that, I don't remember where I was going with that, but that imbalance has to be addressed at some point.
Well, I think that's kind of the point, right? Like, because there's a massive imbalance of how we truly want to not just look at society, but also like, how we look at the planet itself too. I mean, even me, having this little campfire, like, I mean, it's very controlled and it's like a repurpose of, the materials around me kind of thing, right? But like, that's just not how a lot of like the broader system of capital, sees that. Like, they see this and they're like, money. How do we maximize this somehow? Because it's a form of energy, it's a form of fuel. I mean, because steam engines were, kind of created like this, because there would be like, a bunch of water in a little tank, being steamed up, creating like a little bit of combustion and shit. Like, stuff like this is what like started a lot of industrialism, like, there's like like when it comes to someone who like looks at nothing but the world as pure capital, that's all they're going to see. It's kind of like Derek Jensen, right? Like, if they look at a tree, like if one person looks at a tree and they see, money, then that's all they're going to see with that tree. But then someone else might see that tree and it's a tree, and then somebody else might see that and it's a different thing, right? Like, it's kind of like that whole kind of broader principle, because
you know what?
in a way, that's what it is.
You know what, Ignar? I think you have just convinced me to do a rewatch. Maybe I'll even do it on stream. I don't know.
Endgame?
Fucking no life this shit. But no. I need to rewatch Endgame. Yeah, the lecture.
Yeah.
I need to rewatch
honestly, because that
lecture.
It really is a great lecture. I mean, I've been thinking about that too, honestly, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I always tell people, like, if you listen to nothing else Derek Jensen has to say, which is understandable because his opinions on gender politics are very strange, listen to that, because his endgame speech contains none of his gender politics. Not really. I mean, I guess it contains some basic critiques of sexism and patriarchy, but they're critiques I agree with.
Yeah. I mean, arguably the endgame gender element of his politics and the philosophy there is more of a generalized sense of like, hey, this is just how like the hierarchy standards, see this stuff as. Like, it's not really like his personal beliefs aren't really like interwoven as much and that kind of shit as, his other broader, like, philosophies are,
Right. But the main point I wanted to drive at is like the illustration in there is so apt, the point Ignar was just talking about was Derek Jensen talking about like there are very different ways to look at different objects, and like I'm trying to remember the exact quote. When I look at a tree, I see its leaves and its bark and the time that it's spent there. I see a tree. A woodworker might look at that tree and see a chair, a chifforobe. They might see an armoire. A warehouser might look at that tree and see material for paper pulp and a source of revenue. And the point he's driving at there is the utility. If I remember correctly, it's the utility that you can like derive from something once you have like stopped considering it as another member of the natural community and started looking at it as a resource. And it's the same thing we do to human beings. And I don't remember if he makes that critique, but it's, I consider it important to also critique how we live, right? Not just how we treat the environment. And I extrapolate it all the time to human beings. I mean, like the reason why workers are treated so badly in like this highly capitalist world we live in is because under capitalism, people are not seen by society and therefore often not even seen by each other as people, but rather as potential sources of revenue. Businesses, small and large, all look at their customers as potential sources of revenue first, people second. Governments are very prone to looking at their populations as a source of tax revenue first and as people second. And of course, I think public accountability can have an influence there that it can't have over like the idea of private business ran by shareholders and managers, but it's still a corrupting influence. And the idea of dehumanization or like, I don't know, you can't really call it dehumanization when you're doing it to an animal or a plant or something like that, but I don't know what the right word to describe it is, but when you remove something from like the great pantheon in your mind that is the natural community and the things you care about, and you start looking at it as a resource, that justifies horribly inconsiderate things to the broader interests of living in an environment that works. Did your fire really go out again?
I think it took a shit. I mean, most of it's kind of being half kindling now, but honestly, not really too much of a bad thing. Boo. Boo. Oh, wait. Oh.
Maybe. But yeah, Endgame is definitely a very good lecture. Yeah, the resourcification of our whole world and everything in it. I mean, it's funny. I'm probably not going to get. Well, I did kind of get some credit for it actually from Paul Zigo. I don't remember what stream he said it in, how long ago it was or whatever, but it was a couple months back, and he said something about like, I'm beginning to think maybe Phoebe was right. Maybe they just do want to phase us out and just kill us off. And I remember being in the chat like, yes, that is the plan. Yes. And that's what I meant. Oh man, I'm glad I finally got to that. That's kind of one of the things I'm talking about when I was talking to Paul earlier about the like stupidity thing. Like, yeah, they're fucking stupid, but it's because they're not considering the long-term implications of their actions. Not because they don't have a plan. They obviously have a fucking plan. What, you think they just wake up every day, do a fat line of coke, and throw a dart at the board, and they're like, all right, we're going to invade there? No. There's a fucking plan. There is a plan.
They obviously
it's just
have
a retarded
like
plan because it doesn't consider
of how they're trying to go about their fucking ideas. Like, it's not like, they're honky tonk. I just want to work good, and that's it. Like, obviously, they have an idea about how that wants to go. It's like,
well, it's that their goals are. It's that their goals themselves are stupid and self-serving, and inconsiderate of the broader implications and plans. Kyle Corvus in chat just said the plan is get money. Exactly.
Yep. What's up, Kyle? What's up, Kyle? Oh, that fire's hallelujah.
It came back. Do you have more wood to throw on there?
Kinda. Over there-ish. And this. I'm trying to see at least if this can feel up enough so I could put more on there without smothering this.
Well, try just putting like one little thing on there, kind of like towards like the edge, or if you can suspend it over there, you know.
I do got this rotten thing, so maybe that might help.
How dry is it?
Actually, pretty dry. It's pretty
okay,
rotten.
Then yeah, it should
yeah,
help.
So I think this should help. I'll just put it right on top of it and it should be okay.
I'm sorry, dude. I am what's called at rainbow gatherings a fire troll. It's one of my favorite jobs to take up if I'm not like actively playing music
where you
or
just
something.
maintain a fire and you just like I do fire. Smoke.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Right in my
Ignar, hey, listen, bro, have you ever been to a rainbow gathering?
I want to at one point. I know you've talked about them, and I'm like, man, I've never really heard of them.
I want to take you, brother. Them. I want to take you to a gathering.
I know.
I am formally extending my hand. I am formally extending my hand as a fucking member of the Rainbow Family of Living Light. Come to a gathering, brother. I will fucking find us one. I don't know when, because I don't know if I'll be able to go to one this summer. I desperately want to. We'll just have to fucking see.
Like this
and Spring Council ain't even happened yet.
Well, I know there's at least like this thing called Punks in the Woods. They even have their own Discord channel that organizes various different things. Maybe I could probably, reach out to one of them and be like, hey, is there like a rainbow gathering in Portland or Washington or something? And maybe I can carpool somebody.
You should fucking see. Yeah, definitely hook up with that Discord channel.
I've always wanted to check it out.
Definitely hook up with that Discord channel and just fucking see if you can get a hold of any rainbow contacts, because I guarantee you there are some rainbows that happen in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know exactly where they would be happening, but I'm telling you, bro, the Nationals are what we got to get you to. The Nationals are where it's at. There's this Vice documentary that I keep wanting to watch that I haven't watched yet, but it's all about the gathering that I went to in 2022, which was Rainbow's 50th anniversary, and it was like 20,000 people in this super fucking remote ass area of Colorado, close to like Hayden, Colorado, I think. Just like the most remote fucking stretch of Northwest Colorado you can possibly imagine. 20,000 hippies all gathered in the woods. Very, like, no cell phones, very, very, very little electricity or anything like that. Maybe a few little fucking lights to make, like dancing lights and that kind of thing. But like, and flashlights, maybe a couple. But like, honestly, Rainbow is so fucking cool because electronics are kept at a minimum. Conversation is kept at a maximum. There's good music in. Like, if you're listening to good music somewhere at Rainbow, you can be sure that there's that same kind of good music going on at least 3 other kitchens, especially at a Nationals. It is, like, the vibes are unfucking paralleled. The only thing about Rainbow is that you have to be willing to put in the work. But the work is honestly pretty fucking easy when you've got people passing around joints and there's lots of water. And you're like out in the woods with other people, and you can wear as much or as few clothes as you want to. I mean, I have dug a shitter completely naked. Literally.
Damn.
Out as a trans woman, and nobody misgendered me. That's how fucking dope Rainbow is.
Shit. Sounds like my kind of party, I will admit. Because I've always been at, like, especially my little local staples for bars stuff. I've always even, like, done mutualized stuff. Like, all right, we're close to 15 minutes. And then one of them would, like, have, like, a couple rags. And I'll come up and be like, it's cool if I clean up a little bit for you. And they'll be like, cool. I just grab a rag and I just help them out. Make their job a little bit easier. Not getting paid for it or nothing. Man, I've had like maybe
Guys.
free beer once before, being like, "Hey, you want this pub on your way out? Don't say nothing." But you know, they kind of like
Y'all.
sneak it, you know, they kind of in my pocket kind of thing. I'm like, "Hey, I see what's going on here. Much obliged." I mean, you know, don't ask,
Y'all.
don't tell, so to speak. But hey, you know, every once in a blue moon, I've had that happen. And you know, when you're like kind of legit with a space, you know, like that, it's just it's like almost like a badge of honor in a way.
Y'all, I have
Woo,
pulled
crackle.
an
I
all-nighter. Can
pretty
you
much
hear me,
damn near
Ignar?
did too. Yeah, doing it all.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I'm kind of been
dude.
too pretty much at this point.
Oh
Not quite
boy,
like,
it is
daylight
fucking
yet, but getting there.
It
I can tell.
it is 7 minutes away from 7 in the morning here, and I am getting rather tired, but part of me just thinks I need to keep drinking water, push through it to as late as I fucking can, so that I can reset my sleep schedule and not be so fucked up. Because man, waking up at 3 p.m. is for the birds.
Shit, I can't even do you one worse. I've woken up at like 6 or 7 or 8, you know, being like, damn, well, there goes my day. I can't really do much now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, shit.
Yeah. At that point, you have to pull an all-nighter. You just have to stay up all the next day.
Yeah, you
I
really
hate that
just
shit.
Yeah, you just like have to say, well, fuck it. I guess this is what I have to do now.
Yep.
Get coffee, basically, or something. You know, and just like, well, push it through.
Like, you make you some coffee when you wake up, and then, you know, like, you put that away because you know you're gonna fucking need it throughout the rest of the freaking next 12 hours, and then you end up going to bed at like 8 p.m. Wake up the next morning bright and early at 8 a.m. and you feel like a new person.
Yeah, it's always so really.
I mean, there is
when that happens. It's almost
yeah,
like really
it is like there's a weird. There's a weird kind of source of like. There's a weird cyclical thing that happens with people like us that go through these, like, I don't know, sleep cycle shifts.
Yeah, like weird little cycles like this. Yeah.
Yeah, and there is something like when you get back to the, you know, bottom of the curve or whatever, whatever you'd consider it, it's a nice feeling because you finally feel like, oh man, that's nice. And then, you know, that night you stay up till like 9:30 or 10, and then the next night you stay up till like 10:15 or 10:30, and then maybe you make it a couple months where you're going to bed around 12 or 1 a.m., and then you make it a month where you're going to bed at like 2 or 3 in the morning, and then eventually you're fucking like not going to bed until 5:30 in the goddamn morning, at which point you have a day like this, and then, you know, it starts to reset again. It's fucked.
Yeah, completely.
For me, a lot of it comes from, oh, by the way, I got a fucking super chat. I got to read that shit. For me, a lot of it comes from, like, just not having good time management skills. Yeah, I know. Can you read Margot's poem for me, Phoebe? I don't have Discord. I will have to read it when we go back in the house. Probably. Because I don't think... Margot, did you send it in the group Discord, or which Discord did you send it in? Yeah, if you're okay with me sharing it, Margot. I do shift work, so that's just my life. 2 p.m. till 10 p.m. shifts will mess you up. Right on, right on. But yeah, no, what was I fucking gonna say about Rainbow? Because earlier some people were talking about it. I'm scrolling up. I'm gonna see what they were saying. So someone said, I need to come to one sometime. That was Xena. Yes, you do, Xena. You would fucking love it. You would do so well there. I would love to take you on. Grounded Flagon said, are there any peacekeepers there? Is it fully community regulated? Yes and no. Like, it's fully community regulated. The peacekeepers it's all voluntary. It's whoever wants to respond to the call of Shanti Sena. If you need peacekeepers, you yell Shanti Sena or Shanti Sena. Some people pronounce it differently. You yell that as loud as you can, and it will bring other people to your aid who will serve as impromptu adjudicators for whatever's going on. Violence or not violence, but force is always used as a tool of last resort when all options for diplomacy have been exhausted. It's very rare for someone to have to get kicked out of Rainbow. Pretty much the only reason why it ever happens is like, if somebody, like, there's this thing called A Camp, which is where, like, it's the only part of Rainbow where booze is allowed. It's at the parking lot, basically, which is not obviously a parking lot. It's just somewhere in the national forest where the car is parked, usually along the road. And sometimes someone will get belligerent after getting super drunk in A Camp, and then they'll come to the rest of the kitchens with their fucking belligerent drunk bullshit. And sometimes that causes a problem that makes someone have to get booted out back to A Camp. And occasionally, someone will do some egregious shit. Like, there's been like a couple of times where, like, somebody that was like trying to prey on a kid was like caught, like not in the act, obviously, but like trying to like groom or whatever, and got kicked out. Like, that's happened a couple of times. But it's always as like a last resort for an option, like for like a thing like that, where like you don't necessarily have like a criminal act hasn't been committed yet, but it's very clear that they're putting other people in danger, so you have to remove them from the broader community to make sure that no one, has a bad time. That happens sometimes, but for the most part, like, everyday not domestic disputes, because that makes it sound like domestic violence, but everyday like kitchen disputes and like little community disputes and angry dog situations and all kinds of shit like this. Lots of these situations happen at Rainbow and are resolved by a yell of Shanti Sena and an unbiased third party coming over to help adjudicate. There are cops at the usually at what you'd call front gate, which is like the final turn onto whatever road leads to Rainbow. It's like, that's front gate. And usually there are cops there and positioned along the entry road to get into Rainbow. And it's always a hassle getting past them. They will almost always pull you over, no matter how fucking good your shit is. It's one of the reasons why it can be good to, like, well, never mind. I don't want to talk about it here. But, there are things you can do to get your, fun little ICE unapproved snacks and accessories into Rainbow. They don't need to be discussed on the internet, but, they're out there.
The proper goodies.
But the cops will occasionally do drive-throughs with like not jeeps, but like side-by-sides. And there's actually a call. I don't know if it was developed by Rainbow. Probably not. It honestly sounds like something that came out of the Black community. I would have to ask. 6 up. Whenever like there's cops around, you're supposed to yell 6 up. So like whenever people are at Rainbow and you hear 6 up, it's like you'll hear it echoing over the hill, and then as it gets closer, oh shit, time to put my shit away. As soon as you hear 6 up, it's like that signal, and then when they get close, you yell 6 up. Honestly, not even when they get close. If you hear 6 up, you're supposed to yell 6 up, and that lets eventually the whole gathering know. It's almost like the beacons of Gondor is how I look at it. You still there, Ignar?
Oh my
Hello?
god, I did what you were. I did what you were talking about from earlier with the music.
You muted.
Oh my
Nice.
god, because I was blown on this, and I didn't want to have like a, like going on in the midst of everything. So, oh my god, wow. But no, like what I was saying, it's like I've heard about that like 6 up thing before too. But usually when it comes to like cops, like I don't know if you've seen it before, but oops, I know at least for motorcyclists, and I know within different like biker and even black communities, like doing the little like kind of tapping your head like this, at least on your helmet, is like kind of one variation of like, hey, 5-0's around, cops
Yep.
here, and
Yep.
also even like with cars, like there's like a certain like honk signal to be like beep 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 or something like that, where it's like, hey, sheriffs or cops are around, and it's
down
like,
here it's flashing your blinkers twice. Down here, if somebody
I've seen that
flashes their
around here
blinkers
too.
twice at you,
Yeah, I've seen that as
down
well
here,
too.
yeah, that it means that, or a disabled road, or I'm sorry, a disabled vehicle up ahead. If they flash at you a bunch of times, that means proceed with the utmost caution. You may have to turn around. But
Yeah.
if they just flash twice at you, that is like, cops up ahead. So yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, there's
definitely
lots
makes
of
sense.
different ways that
Even for me, like
communities
as a
have.
pedestrian walking or riding my bike and stuff, like I've had that, like where cars will even do that for me, being like, "Hey, cop coming up, they're behind me, beep beep beep." They will kind of like not go excessive of the speed limit, but just enough to where they can roll up on some people. Where like, oh, I could tell they're probably not, be a little scrupulous or have an open container or something, or like, and they have like certain signals and then. Hopefully, those people understand it, which luckily I know at least enough of various different signals to be like, oh, all right, 5-0's around.
Yeah.
Want to be aware of that.
Yeah. But, I don't know. I love to talk about Rainbow. And I'm sorry if I've been boring you with my
go into one of those
rants about it.
Because it just really does sound like a fun experience. I mean, there are furry-cons, different punk fests, punk shows, shit like that, little camp outings and shit, but nothing like that though. And I think
but there's nothing like a Rainbow.
Fun to do that. Yeah, and knowing my little weird furry degenerate ass, I bet I would have a blast. Somewhere out there.
You would. You would. You definitely would.
I totally would.
Bro, let me ask you this. Let me ask you a series of questions. Do you like camping?
Of course.
Do you like campfires?
Well, yeah. I love it.
Obviously, right?
Fire. Yeah.
Do you like bonfires?
Oh yeah. Most certainly. So far, so good.
Do you like community organizing and making food for the people with donated food?
Ooh, I'm a little bit of a chef boy too. A little bit. I love kind of chefing up. So yeah, that's up my alley.
Then you are the perfect fit for Rainbow. Literally, it is thousands of hippies descending on the national forest with pots, pans, guitars, accordions, weird like snake lights and shit, toys and fuel, and a fucking desire to make love, have fun, and pray for peace. And it's just like literally 7 days of community organizing, people bringing in food to these kitchens, distributing it to different people who make it, fucking cooking up food. Literally, all you have to, and it is so fucking cool. Like, now, obviously, you don't want to become known as a Blissnanny, so you need to help out whenever you go eat at a kitchen if you can, even if it's just bringing them a load of firewood in exchange for the meal. Yeah, and you don't have to tell anybody either. Just being seen doing it is enough. Someone will make sure they know. But like here's how it works. You walk into Rainbow, and you've been walking for like 2 hours to get all the way down Main Trail and towards area where you feel like, okay, this is a good flat spot. It's not too close to other people where I gotta listen to them fucking all night. but it's also close enough to the trails where I can get to things. And then you get your tent set up, and as you're setting things up, you hear free food in the woods.
I would
And your
immediately be like,
ears.
I would be like, Vito or Jazzy, like my little auntie or neph, for my little like doggos and stuff that I like to hang out with and babysit, because they were
Yeah.
they'll be like, food? What? Free food? What? And they would immediately like start doing a little sniffles, little snorts and everything, be like, where is it? Where the fuck is it? Oh shit.
Well,
But I would be
that's
that
when your
exact
brain.
same way. Not just to eat it, but to like partake and be like, yo,
That's
what y'all making?
That's when your brain, bro. That's when your brain starts doing the calculations. Was it close enough for me to be able to get over there? You start thinking about how far away it sounded. You start figuring out how sounds echo off the valley. If it was really close by, if you happen to set up near a kitchen and they happen to be cooking up a nice meal just as you get set up, then you walk up to that kitchen and you've got your bliss in hand. Your bliss is the vessel that you use to carry food and drink, or the vessel that you use to carry food and the vessel you use to carry drink, which is the best way to do it. You want something that closes with a firm lid on it for your drink, because you don't want to have to constantly be fucking picking that shit up and cleaning off a cup and all that shit. I learned that lesson. And you want a bowl to get soup in, or, whatever's being served. You want like some kind of plate, and you're responsible for cleaning it, you're responsible for keeping it up and everything. But at every kitchen, there are like cleaning facilities that everyone is free to use, that are specifically set up so that people can keep everything clean, keep disease to an absolute minimum. And you go up there, you get you some food, you enjoy in some lovely conversation with people eating right beside you. And there's no pressure to sit with anyone, but there's no pressure to not sit with anyone either. So you naturally develop this social group. A joint starts getting passed around. Everyone starts feeling their meal. Somebody breaks the guitar out. And before you know it, you're having the time of your fucking life. There's no other experience on this planet that measures up. And you know what's fucking crazy about it? You know what the craziest fucking thing about it all is?
Mostly pretty much
It doesn't cost a dime to attend. It doesn't cost a dime to attend.
You just kind of have to find the spot and just kind of BYOB, so to speak. Just get your own materials and just kind of partake and just be a part of the community. Yeah, that is like the shit I love. I mean, like, because
and there are people.
Yeah, because I've been to like a few like punk fests or like shows where it's basically like kind of that mutual shit, but never like full on camping, style like that. And even like in the furry community, there's like shit like that. Even out here in Portland and or in Oregon in the PNW, where shit like that's around. I'm like, God damn it, I need to just like take the chance to just like go out to one of these things. Some of them have a mission, some of them don't. You just got to bring your own materials and shit. Where it's kind of similar to like the Rainbow Gathering, but man, I like, because it just sounds like some bread and butter of mine. Just like, hey, I got like a fuckload of food. Yo, where's the chef? Where's that? Where's the soup kitchen area? All right, going over there. I'm setting up my camp there. I'm about to be a chef with all these other chefs. We're about to cook. That's how I'm going to be. I'm like, all right, because I mean, that's how I would be.
Dude,
in between all that, I'll just play some music, hang out with some people, smoke weed, be merry, have some beers and shit. Because that's how I would be basically at these fucking things. I just like, because I already am at most of these, other gatherings, so something like that would just be, it would just be like perfect bread and butter.
Dude, like one of the great things about Rainbow is if you come to the gathering ready to do a kitchen, it is very easy to get one started. Now, there is a rule at Rainbow that I think needs to be changed, honestly. It's pretty easy to cope with if you just keep the basic materials around. They'll usually forgive you for not having the requisite amount of people. But it's one of the things that kind of makes starting a kitchen hard. But the rule is you have to have 20 or more people in your like quote unquote community to be able to have a fire. And I think it's kind of a stupid rule because, like I said, I think it
That is
makes
kind of
starting a
dumb.
kitchen harder. Huh?
I was agreeing. That is kind of dumb.
Right, it is kind of dumb, but like I said, you can usually get by if you just have like the requisite bucket of water and shovel and like fire trolling tools nearby. Usually they'll let you, get by with it if it's evident that you do have people setting up their camps close to you. Like, I got interrogated by I forget what they're called, but there's a specific kitchen at Rainbow, or maybe a specific group of people within Info Kitchen. I don't really know. But there's this group of people at Rainbow that go around making sure that people are abiding by fire safety, which I do agree with. I think that's good. And to be fair to them, they did let me and my friends get away with our like first year hydration station style kitchen. Even though we didn't have 20 people actively sitting there. I was the only person there when they came by, but that morning, we definitely had 20 people hanging around. We definitely had 20 people hanging around that morning. And as the gathering progressed and we started having way more people around the kitchen more regularly, we never heard anything else from the fire patrol. So I don't think it's actually that much of a preventative rule. But my point in bringing all this up, it was just a tangent. I'm sorry, but the actual thing I wanted to say was, like, I have wanted to do my own rainbow kitchen ever since that experience. I had a falling out with a friend that I helped to do that kitchen with, but that doesn't mean I can't start my own. And if me and you went to a rainbow kitchen together, went to a rainbow gathering together, we could definitely fucking, work together on doing a kitchen. And all it takes is gathering up 6 or 8 people to help you set up the basic infrastructure. And then you've got, like, as long as you bring all the materials, you just need the labor, and you can get it set up within an afternoon.
Depending on like if there is one at least around here, or depending if I end up going, to like one that's at least mutual for us or something, and if I can get maybe certain friends, I would already at least have maybe hypothetically 1, 2, maybe even 3 like extra hands already. So I mean, it just kind of depends on if I can find one at least around here specifically, but if there's at least some around, like, even if it's like Montana or like Wyoming or some shit, I don't care. I'll go out to that. It would be fun. It would just be an adventure. I mean, because I'm always like an adventurous person. I'm a homebody to an extent that I like having a homestead, but I'm an adventurous motherfucker. I love wanting to see the world. I love, experiencing new things and shit like that. So, I mean, to have a new opportunity to find something new and check that out, I'm just like, ooh. It just perks my ears up, being like, ooh, that's something I want to do. I want to check that out.
Xena said, I'm looking up rainbow gatherings in the Europe scene is popping. Spain, Italy, Finland, Romania, etc. Yes, it's true. Rainbow is a global movement. The gathering in 2022 had tons of people from all kinds of different nationalities. There were people from all those countries you just listed. There was a Ukrainian dude that I befriended while I was there. There were even a couple of Russian people there. There were fucking like French people there. There's British people. Literally everybody. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't even know what to compare it to. There's a level of diversity and fucking crazy on the ground anarcho-socialism going on at a national level rainbow gathering that there's nothing to compare it to. There is nothing to compare it to. It's just incredible. And I also think that it's a good framework for this big sit-in movement that I keep trying to convince people to do. The reason, honestly, one of the things I think that Rainbow does is it teaches people a lot about intentional community building, and it also teaches people a lot about occupational protest, about protesting through occupation, by just like occupying an area and not leaving and not technically breaking any laws. So therefore, like, they can't roll out the tanks against you. They can't roll out the cops against you. You're not breaking any laws. You're not doing anything. Like, they
I mean, even
want
with, like, the
to. They
experts
know
that
you're
you're employing, that's
probably
the same thing.
actually breaking laws somewhere in there, but but it's a really good lesson in how to do that, how that can be organized, and how you can still have tons of fucking fun despite it all.
Yeah. I mean, even like here in Portland with the ICE facility and stuff, there's always like a 24/7 like crew of people that are always out there and stuff, and it's always like this, because you're fundamentally basically just saying like, an advocacy and practice of the idea of mutual aid, which is something I'm a big advocate for. And I think, a lot of people are, whether they realize it or not, when it comes to, being like a mutualist or like a mutual aid like advocate, because like a lot of, because a core element of like so much of society does come from mutual aid, of community and people coming together and bringing different materials that they all have to build a bigger thing. And whether it's in protests or like, church community stuff or food banks or whatever the fuck it is, like, it's something that, is always, there to, bring people together. And it's, and that has always been like something I've noticed, regardless of situation of like politics that are going on, especially, is that there's always a sense of community that is around. I mean, it has kind of unfortunately died, especially in comparison to like the 80s, 90s, even way before then, stuff. And I think there's a lot of other factors that play a role in that. But I mean, it's not that, and it's still there. I mean, even like as an adult now, like going on 29 as a 28-year-old, like I still see teenagers that were my age, like literally a fucking decade ago or more, like 15 years ago, who are like, or who are in high school right now that are doing shit that I've been doing, like riding their bikes, hanging out with their friends, like a little crew of dudes, little bros, on their bikes and shit. It's like that's what I was doing with my friends. It's like, hey, even with like the youth a little bit, there's still like a sense of community that does exist out there. I mean, you have to kind of look for it and, kind of keep the eye out for it. And unfortunately, not every city or every town is like that, sadly, but it's there. I mean, it's just so fucked that we're, how much of the degradation is there, where it is trying to neuter that and trying to be like, it seems impossible, or it seems like, oh, it's all for naught, or it's just not worth it, and you should be, desensitized or like, disencouraged from doing that. And it's like, no, if anything, that should be more encouraging, to be more interactive with that community, and however that may be. Even if it's something as simple as like, oh, we got like this cool little like community, gathering where you got like some cool little like games going on for the kids, but like the adults are welcome because they got their own little games going on top of that. Join that shit too, like little tiny things like that really do truly matter if you think about it. Like, I mean, the tiniest little things can sometimes make the biggest impact, especially when it comes to gathering of community. And that is the biggest thing that, especially the establishment right now, fears the most. Like, I mean, look how things are right now, because people are gathered and are, get more communal than ever, even despite maybe not necessarily agreeing with every, general politic or foundation of everything, but, people are getting it just enough, and that's good. I mean, these little things matter.
No, 100%. Mm-hmm. No, literally. I couldn't agree with you more. There are sources of community out there. There are good models to look at. There are examples to look forward to. And I think, there's never been a more important time than now to get people acquainted with that and to introduce them to like frameworks that work for this sort of organizing and solidarity. Like, people need, I'm a big advocate against hope. So it's not really hope, I think, because I don't want people to believe in blind hope. But we need the opposite of cynicism, because total cynicism is what we're faced with right now. And I don't know what the opposite of that would be. But we need to instill that. We need to instill the belief in
Well, I would say I think it's probably like, just optimism in the sense, like, or I guess like the old school Murphy's Law, like hope for the best but expect the worst kind of idea. Like be optimistic in the sense that, like, hey, there's guys that shifting, and all this, right? But like,
well, the reason why it's so difficult for me to talk about is because it's like I feel like optimism or hope, all of these phrases are loaded with a premise.
That's why I was kind of reluctant that because I don't know a better word to say,
I know, and I don't either, and that's the problem we're both running into.
I think that's the difficulty of it,
like,
I guess encouragement.
But I do think that people,
I guess encouragement, maybe, like like the encouragement of the fact that people are being more aware and active about. Like, I don't know, like I mean, I really truly don't know what the word would be for it, but
positive
I don't know if like optimism or like
positive idealism.
Yeah, like positive encouragement or idealism, something like that. But
I think it is. Hold on. I think that's the answer. Positive idealism is, I think, the phrase that we're reaching towards. The idea of people believing in something and it being something good that adds to the world, that builds, that creates.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I will agree with that for sure. Yeah, because
I just think that, like, the more people I can get to look into ideas like this, the more people I can convince to try things like this out in their local community, the more people I can convince to go to concerts, the more people I can convince to try out their local mutual aid orgs or to volunteer with some community organization or something, the more people I can get to go to rainbow gatherings, the more people have a sense of shared common interest with their fellow human beings in this country, and also a sense of solidarity with one another's struggles and a sense of solidarity with shared goals. I don't know how to put it. I feel like I'm falling apart.
Well, a commonality, like a broader common, human foundational commonality of like where we obviously, we can all understand some basic struggle of each other. Maybe we have different ideas about this or that of everything else, but we all understand, like, hey, we all need our daily bread. We all want some fun music to listen to. We all want this and that. We got our vices, like, I think, there's a level, I think because what you're trying to say is like, there's a commonality and foundation where we all, have these ideas and understandings of each other to an extent, but it's just more about like, things like otherism and like ignorance and like, or even maybe arrogance of like, oh, well, no, I just know better, kind of idea, and all this other shit, that kind of, gets in the way. And that is a part of a divide and conquer that, is a part of the broader establishment too. But, there are just some people out there that just generally kind of believe those things sometimes. And it's like, well, what the fuck? It kind of gets a little difficult, to reach that like kind of broader commonality when because I've even met conservatives, even my own family who happen to at least on my mom's side, they are definitely very pretty conservative, and I know just a couple of them are even pretty Maga. I don't know anymore, but I know at least the last time I talked to them they were. But even them, it's like I can always have a back and forth with them a little bit, and be fine with it, because it's like, hey, like we have at least a broader general foundational commonality that we can at least all agree with here a little bit. I mean, politics aside kind of thing, we all have at least a general foundational common philosophy when it comes to the idea of our, sense of humanity that we can all at least agree with a little bit. We just have different ideas about what that looks like, but that's okay. I mean, at least I can hash that out, like I'm okay with that. It's just when it gets to a point where they just don't care or just don't want to. I mean, even in my own streams, I get this a lot where I'm just like, well, what the fuck? Like, you're talking your shit, but where's the substance? Like, I would even call them out and be like, where's the rebuttal? And you're fucking nothing. Because it's like, what the fuck? Like, you got nothing. Because there's plenty of people that have similar ideology like you that I have a very respectful mutual like back and forth with on my streams in my own personal life etc. Where it's like it's not a problem, but why is it now here? Like it kind of just seems a little interesting because they just want to be fed their shit. They don't actually at least think about other aspects about like, hey, what should like my family look like looking forward, or this and that, or whatever the fuck. It's like
honestly,
they don't think about these things.
Honestly, almost all of the, like, in my opinion, a lot of the fucking, like, political problems that we face when it comes to the actions of individual voters and, like, just individual participants in our democracy, or just individual people in general, because many of them are not participants in our democracy. I think the biggest problem fucking up our society is improper socialization. Just tons and tons of people
100%.
on edge. Just tons of people on edge, mostly socializing through their phones, social media. Like, yeah, I get it. I'm a fucking content creator, but I also like to go outside.
Yeah, I see it.
Huh?
Well, I'm saying I'm guilty of that shit too. Like beyond the phone stuff, I even see it in my own friends when it comes to like paranoia, the sense of like otherism, or like the sense of like, oh well, there's like this out to get me kind of thing. I mean, I'm guilty of it myself. Like, I mean, there's definitely like this sense of like hypervigilance that we are all kind of succumb to, and there are people that generally have those diagnoses. I have friends that actually are diagnosed like that, and I totally understand it. I actually generally do, but it's like, oh, whoa. I mean, it's like, man, like, aren't we all kind of like fucking like kind of succumb to that to an extent? Because to an extent, at least in my opinion, because like fuck, like we're all like put in this position of like we just don't have time to socialize. In the very little time that we do, we got to worry about like, oh, is this person stabbing it back? Are they doing this? Are they doing that? I mean, and especially with my friend, and
I feel like like, yeah, there are some systemic things that make it harder to make friends and shit these days, but like I don't know, man. I feel like we're made to be more afraid of the premise than it should be. Like, I guess, like, I agree with like most of like the principle of what you're saying. I think there is a concerted effort to make people isolated and to make people paranoid and everything. But I don't think they need to be. I think that we really have to start pushing this idea of, well, everything we've been talking about tonight, like this idea of, I mean, I already know you do this. You go to concerts. So I know you touch grass because you like go to concerts and protests and shit. So you literally touch grass, even if you are somewhat social media obsessed in some ways. Like, I know you touch grass because you stream you touching grass. You've recorded yourself at concerts. You've recorded yourself at protests and shit.
I upload
you're out there.
Concert videos. I do my I do all sorts of shit.
Yeah, you're out there, and like that.
I'm doing everything. I'm like all the above when it comes to that shit.
Yeah, right. That is a healthier degree of socialization than a lot of Americans are doing these days, and we really need to push that. We need to push people to fucking talk to their neighbors, to go to concerts, to go to the bookstore and talk to the people there and the fucking cashier, go to the library, and like just do stuff, be out there, be social, be a part of the community that you want to see improve.
100%. I mean,
because that's the root of our problems when it comes to individual action.
Because if you really want to make a change in politics and other things that you want to see in society, the best way to do that is locally. So getting with the communities locally, your neighborhood, your like neighbors and shit like that, or even your local city council. Like that is the best way to get in touch with things like this. Like whether it's for mutual aid or all this other factors. Like that is the best way to start, making a change, with some stuff. Because I mean that's how I started doing that. Like Mark Gamba was a former mayor of Milwaukee, where I live, and the amount of change that he did as a mayor alone that has happened since I've been here has been immense. I've never seen growing up here. Like I've been born and raised in this fucking place, for fuck's sake, and I've never seen so much improvement you know, until he became mayor, you know, at this point, you know, and now he's one of the local state representatives at this point, the 41st state representative in Oregon, you know, so he's not mayor anymore here, but the impact and what he left, you know, because of community and stuff, like, because he was born and raised here too, for all intents and purposes. In fact, his motto when he was running for mayor was kicking ass for the working class, because he was a working class union, like, big, you know, kind of hotshot kind of guy, and you know, he talked the right shit and did the right shit. Not only did he talk, but he walked it. I mean, because of that community that was around here to help bolster that guy up, because everyone, you know, around him was like, hey, this guy actually, you know, speaks really well for us. Let's get him in, let's get him in office, and it worked, and it happened. You know, it's like I'm not saying like everyone should necessarily have to go to that route, but hey, you know, maybe you might, you know, get into, you know, something like that with this mutual, you know, community kind of stuff, but find someone that, you know, kind of has a good stuff. And then other people might feel the same. But hey, that, you know, influence and being able to say, hey, that person's got it, and, you know, to kind of push it, you know, they might end up being that mayor, like, or even like with fucking Mom Donnie. You know, it's like, you know, like you might get someone like that.
Good example,
and,
yeah.
Yeah, and now you're going to have like, you know, a great success and, you know, positive outcomes locally that directly impact you. I mean, you know, who's running for president and your fucking senators and shit don't directly impact you. I mean, they kind of issue, but nowhere near as much as your fucking mayor or your city council and shit. So, I mean, you know, that mutual communal efforts, you know, directly kind of or indirectly will sometimes impact stuff like that. And it's always, you know, that's why it's always good to get involved in stuff like that, because there will be people that are involved and, you know, are directly, you know, trying to make changes in that front. And if that's something that does interest you, I guarantee you there's going to be people around there. There's going to be someone that's like, oh yeah, here, I got a card, you know, like a union card or a fucking local organization card, like the Sunrise Move or something. You know, you're going to get something like that. I mean, and that's good.
Exactly.
And that's just more communication and stuff that is beneficial. And why not? I mean, just for the virtue of it, just like, hey, fuck it. You know, I got nothing better to do today. Why not? You know, there's a little organization thing going on. Let me check it out. Just talk to some people, ask some questions. Even if you don't completely agree with every little fucking thing. I mean, you have an awesome opportunity to maybe ask some questions and hear that side and maybe change your mind a little bit. That's why I love stuff like that. That's how I became a radical lefty in a lot of ways, because I went through shit like this back in like 2016, 2017 and shit. Because I would go to like these little rallies, and now look at me, you know, like I'm an anarcho-syndicalist and a radical lefty, you know, like just on the virtue of going out and doing these things.
Yep. You have to go out and participate in the world. You know, like honestly, the entrapment of social media is an Epsteinite goal. It is a thing that the Epstein class, and I'm sorry, I know Kyle and Bosch and Hassan, everybody else, like, you know, I know it just sounds like I'm being part of the hive mind when I say that, but like, fuck it. It's fucking true. It's the most apt way to describe it. The Epstein class, the billionaire class, they fucking, they want people obsessed with social media. They want people, like, they're literally, in the Epstein files, there are all kinds of emails from these billionaire pricks talking about how they want to get people addicted to these algorithms. They want to create this dopamine looping response and take advantage of it even further. Like, it is an Epsteinite idea. Yeah, it's literally like it. So it's something we need to reject as leftists. I'm not saying get off social media. I mean, I am, but I'm not saying permanently. I'm just saying dedicate at least a couple hours of your day to not interacting with it. I mean, it's one thing to be listening to something in the background, like whatever. I don't consider, like, if you listen to, like, listen, if you listen, hold on, I'm sorry, that sounded rude.
No, you're good. You're good.
But fuck, if you listen to podcasts in the background, I think that's not interacting with social media necessarily. Maybe I'm just saying that because it applies to my situation, but I think it's okay to like be listening to something in the background. I don't think you're any different than someone who listens to talk radio or keeps a TV on in the background while they're doing stuff around the house at that point. But as far as like the scrolling shit, make sure you've at least got like 5 or 6 hours of your day where you're not doing that shit, where you're just not, like where you're taking in the things around you and you're like engaged in something with your hands and your eyes and your senses that isn't electronic and run through the grist of the mill of manufactured consent and American fucking slop tent and news media. Even if it does take away from some of your awesome chatting in Phoebe streams hours, like it's just a good thing. We all have to spend more time outside. We all have to spend more time interacting with our neighbors because, like, honestly, we can like we're good at the online game. We'll start winning that again once we start getting good at the ground game again. And we've forgotten how to do ground game, folks. I'm sorry. Too many of us are shut-ins. It's time for the left to stop being a bunch of shut-ins.
That's true. And I also want to kind of add, at least with the social media aspect, I mean, because if we are, not really just as lefties, but just people in general, are going to use social media, it should be at least in some level of a proper benefit in the sense of like, are we like looking at different people that are like local that we're following and being like, yeah, like trying to help with community organized stuff? Like, cause like, for example, like I follow different Portland subreddits that are like, that will show off like, protests or like local events that are going on and stuff like that. And, just on the virtue of like, just all, knowing those things. And sometimes I don't get to go to all of them and sometimes I get to, go to some of them. But I mean, it's just little virtues like that. And actually, there was even one rapper, a trans rapper called Damage that I think Phoebe might like a little bit. I don't know if she's heard of her before.
It's actually, I've been recommended their music. What are their pronouns? Do you know?
She, her, as far as I know.
Okay, cool. Well, I've been recommended their music by one of my Can you still hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I've been recommended their music by one of my prominent super chatters, somebody who's always incredibly kind and generous in here. And I have not listened to it yet because I've been just so caught up with shit. And I don't know, I usually like to listen to music. I don't know, I like to if I'm listening to a new song and trying to seriously consider an artist, I just like to, give myself an opportunity to really sit down with the music and pay attention to it. And I haven't had a chance to do that yet. Huh?
Yeah. Well, and absorb it, sit down and absorb and have a moment with it. Yeah. I'm kind of the same way with different, things with music too. But I've followed her some of her shorts at least, because she's doing tours right now, and some of her shorts have been how to do community organized stuff, and when it comes to AI or social media platforming stuff, and being hey, these companies, all these these broader interests, they're obviously against us, especially as artists. And here's the ways to support, each other as a community and as artists and as fans, to artists and shit. She's kind of popped off and cooked, some pretty good shit. I'm hey, and she even has a Discord where she's going to be in Portland, eventually. And the Discord is also where she has a separate channel available for if people want to carpool or maybe help each other out with tickets, that's available too. And I'm just fuck. I'm gonna, fingers crossed, try to see her live. I think she's coming to Portland on the 12th, I think. But I'm just I really want to see her live because I know that shit would be.
That is super cool,
especially with how you know, mutual aid and anarchistic that she is, especially for like newest music that she put up. Like her newest song that she did, I think called "The Image of God," is a really
Yep, that's the one that keeps God's Image. That's the one that keeps
Yeah,
getting
God's
recommended
Image.
to me, and I have to listen to it.
It's a really good song. Yeah, like, and also there's Double Take, and there's her. She was featured in Start a Fire with the Neighborhood Kids, and then what's another really awesome fucking great song by her? Billy Belly, where it's like Billy in my belly. That's a really good song too. I mean, to be fair, I mean, she's like Michelin star, like cooking with like every fucking song that she makes, honestly. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to say which ones are like the best.
Would you say, like, you said she was a rapper? What kind of rapper are we talking?
Kind of like heavy, like not like in well, a little element of industrial rap, kind of punkish rap a little bit.
Okay, I get the idea.
A lot
Like
of
Machine
hip-hop
Gun Kelly,
variants.
maybe?
Yeah, to a degree. I don't know.
Not really.
Well, to a degree. I mean, I could kind of see it, but not really as much. I would say it's like a weird mixture of fuck. Honestly, I never actually really thought about this. Shit.
Man, I hate this shit. Ignar, you media illiterate piece of shit.
Honestly, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out like what would be a good combo.
Now I feel
with
bad.
it. I'm trying to think of
I always feel bad. Dude, I feel so bad when I insult one of my friends jokingly, and then I feel like they might have taken it too seriously.
Nah, you're fine. I mean, honestly.
Okay, cool.
Like, I mean, there is a little certain level of illiteracy when it comes to some media, I will admit. I mean, because I'll say, like, a lot of it I grew up with, but then just kind of forgot, you know, because it's been so fucking long.
Well, I feel the same way. Dude, I grew up with all kinds of music that now I will hear glimpses of it in a store, and I'll just have to think for 10 minutes, like, why does that sound familiar? And then I'll place like a memory of me being in a certain room when a certain song was playing, and it just stuck with me. It's just, yeah, no, I totally understand. I was just joking. I just wanted to make sure it was clear.
I know.
Yeah, no,
but
like
there's some truth to it though.
I suffer from the same problem though. Like sometimes people ask me to like for example, I realized the other day that I'm kind of media literate when it comes to movies. I've seen a ton of movies, but when it comes to like the movies that I could recount the premise of to you, like I've seen Alien. You know, like I've seen Alien. I've seen Stand By Me. Here's the movies I've seen that I could recount the plot to you: Alien, Stand By Me, The Lord of the Rings trilogy, The Hobbit trilogy, The Bucket List, Shawshank Redemption, The Green Mile, I know there's more. Hold on. V for Vendetta. The Perks of Being a Wallflower. Black Panther. Like, I don't know. Like, I just, like, you see the problem I'm running into already. You talk to somebody like Paul, and he could sit here literally for the next 6 hours listing movies that he's watched and not get through half the list.
Maniac with that shit. I kind of yearn.
Literally.
I also, I will say,
literally, he is like a legend with that shit.
I know.
And I'm nigh on fucking media illiterate when it comes to movies. I mean, I like a lot of movies, but I don't know. I really ain't got that discerning tastes.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. But I will say that I've been exploring my literacy with media a lot more. And I don't know if you have Hulu or not, but I found a new like drama / documentary that's kind of in the vein of like the Band of Brothers or like the Pacific. I don't know if you've seen those like drama documentary
Yeah.
kind of.
Well,
Yeah,
I've
but
seen
it,
snatches of Band of Brothers.
yeah, well, it's basically a variation of that, but it's in Spanish, and it's the Mexican version of Pancho Villa. It's called Pancho Villa de Soldado Dalote, which is basically just Centaur of the North of Pancho Villa, and I been watching that, and oh my god, it is fucking good. And there's even like people that I didn't realize were really heavily involved in like the broader life of Pancho Villa, like John Reed, the communist journalist at the time, and even John Pershing, and then George S. Patton too. Who George S. Patton happened to be like a pretty close entourage of Pershing during the Pancho Villa expeditions and shit like that at the time. And I'm just like, oh shit. I was like, because when Pershing, at one point in one of the episodes, it's like, so Patton, hey, what's so and so, blah, blah. He's like, yeah, hey, it's all good, Colonel, blah, blah, whatever the fuck. I was like, Patton, huh? I was like, why is that name familiar? And I looked it up, and it's like, oh, because George S. Patton was a fucking Persian at the time. And I was like, oh, fuck. I mean, it's actually a really cool show in a sense because I had a general understanding about Pancha Vida or Fanáticos Vida, but knowing a lot more about, like it's, that history, especially during the Mexican Revolution, at the time, I'm just like, whoa. I mean, especially with knowing how the U.S. plays such a role to it. I mean, it's a really cool part of history that was kind of left out of my general knowledge, but media, in this sense, it's kind of making me learn a lot more about it. And it's generally fucking a really great show. I mean, it's really worth watching.
It sounds good. Yeah. Pancho Villa is a fascinating figure for sure.
Very much so, man.
La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar. Porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. Sorry.
There's actually even like a really good corridos of Pancho Villa called El Corrido de Pancho Villa. And it's a really fun little song that I actually added to my little profile.
I love how you say his name. Ignar, I love how you say Pancho Villa's name.
Well, I always try to be accurate with the accents. I mean,
well, I thought it was pronounced
Spanish, but at least try to be accurate with it a little bit, for the little I do know.
But hold on, Ignar, hold on though. Like the Spanish word for street is calle. Calle. Like, calle. Like there's a little bit of a J sound there, but very little. Very little.
Very minute.
And you're putting an L sound in fucking Pancho Villa's name. And it's fucking fucking with me. That's all. I'm not fucking insulting you. I'm not questioning your pronunciation. I'm just saying it's fucking with me. Maybe I'm in the wrong.
I mean, at least with the show, it's always been Pancho Villa. Or like, I mean, because I always hear like, a lot of these revolutionaries.
Maybe it was pronounced differently than I'm thinking then.
Being like,
it may legitimately been pronounced differently than I'm thinking.
So I'm always trying to like think of how like it would be said in the Spanish, because even with Duolingo, I'm trying to learn a little bit more Spanish. I'm nowhere near close to conversational Spanish yet, but I'm trying to at least learn more, and I'm getting at least the accents, a lot more. But
¿Dónde está el supermercado?
Oh God. Yeah, see, I'm not there yet. I'm not there quite yet. I mean, I honestly, I've fallen off and I've been slacking on my Duolingo, and I need to get back into it. And I'm kind of glad that this new show that I found has been kind of getting me into it again, because the owl has on the notifications has literally been kind of like, you motherfucker, you have not fucking, you haven't been doing your lessons. What the hell? Have you abandoned me? It's like, damn.
I know, it's fucking...
Why? Dude, that owl literally will guilt trip you so hard. I'm just like, Jesus. Like, what the hell? Absurd.
Dude, the owl is crazy. The owl will get after you.
I know. Like I truly think it's like the Meat Canyon, like animation of like, with the Duolingo, like that given enough time, the owl will come for you.
Yeah. Anyway, I need to get off here.
I was kind of gonna say,
I'm starting to feel a little woozy.
My stomach a little grumble. So
yeah, I need to eat. I need to eat and give me a drink. No, I gotta get out of here though.
Hey, but it was good fun. 5+ hours of epic fun conversation, all that good shit.
No, definitely. I want to go before I start throwing up.
Oh no, that is not good. Well, let's get out here then, so you can make sure you're good, because that one will be no bueno.
Yep.
We don't want that.
Alrighty. Thank you guys for hanging out.
Well, you'll go out.
Thank you guys for hanging out.
You don't have to go home. They can't show you.
I will reschedule the content that was planned for today because there's almost no way I'm going to be able to do it. I'm sorry, y'all. I know. I hope you can forgive me. I didn't mean it to fucking turn out this way. It's just how I am. But I will let you guys know when I've got an update on that. For now, I'm going to get out of here. Now that I turn those lights off, I don't feel so sick, but I don't know how long that's going to last. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you guys for being so fucking generous. I will update you on the progress of the goals next time we stream. The next time we stream will, of course, be... it'll be our watch through of The Power of Nightmares, which hopefully we will be able to do without any hiccups. So stay tuned for that. Thank you guys for hanging out tremendously. I will hang out with you guys soon, Kyle. I did see your DM. I just haven't responded yet because I've been depressed until the last 2 days where I've been manic, and I have not yet gotten to that stage of my mania where I start responding to all my DMs again. So be on the lookout for that. And thank you, Ignar, for hanging out with me. This has been tremendous. It's been so long. Glad I was able to help you build a fire. Thank you for talking all this crazy communist socialist bullshit with me.
Well, of course. I got to be a crazy communist, of somebody, right?
Yeah, for sure. It was also fun actually talking to a real life Russian that actually has like lived experience with a form of authoritarian state communism.
I know. Like, honestly, I kind of wish I got back here a little sooner so I can kind of have a little bit more of a conversation with that guy, because I actually kind of like that dude. Hopefully, I find him,
CNN,
next to the my streams. That's a really cool dude.
Imagine how much CNN pays dudes like that to like give them long interviews for the news, and we got that shit for free.
Right.
So that's pretty cool. But anyway, with all that being said, thank you guys so much. I'm going to get out of here. Thank you, Ignar. I'm just going to go ahead and end the stream, and it'll probably kick you out of the studio when I do. But,
no worries.
Nothing
hey, much love and peace out, motherfuckers.
Peace the fuck out.